All right, do you guys hear me all right? It's day 10 replays today. I have a lot of lag starting this up, so I just want to make sure it's okay. Okay, we're just gonna start it up. Thank you guys for joining me. Day 10 replays. Got a bunch of interviews and more videos.
Hello and welcome. This is Corey Angelot. This is the End of Slavery Summit. I am here with Tees Snyder. Am I saying your name correctly? You got a cool name, my dude. You're a writer, director, producer, editor, actor, illustrator, podcaster, and host of Conspiracy Synergy. Conspiracy Synergy is a more lighthearted approach to the darkest themes of our time. Why? Because love conquers all, silly rabbit. So I really like the way you have laid out your website for anybody who's curious, conspiracysynergy.com. So that's conspiracysynergy.com. You'll see you have like episodes. And like you said, you also have references per episode so people can do more research into what they're looking at. And I kind of also like your background with all the the books. So how about you do a little bit more of an introduction about what it is that you're doing with all your episodes and why you have your website laid out the way it is.
Sure. So I'm an artist, and I've always felt that the purpose of art in our lives is to allow us to be able to make paradigm leaps or connections that we otherwise might not necessarily be logically inclined to do. And when it comes to inquiry into the realm of conspiracy and its various different manifestations, both in the materialist realm and extending significantly beyond that into the occult, we're not, from a left hemisphere perspective, oriented in a manner in which we would be receptive to that exploration. So the artistic medium and the processes by which you go about introducing other people to these beliefs is that which actively facilitates their ability to engage. And so the combination of my skill sets as an artist and understanding of the paradigm breaks of human language, and then trying to lend my skill sets to the exploration of controversy and conspiracy, is sort of the culmination of all of the different roads that I've taken in my life leading to where I am now. So that's kind of what I'm up to and what I'm trying to do.
Great. Yeah. And so you mentioned, you're an artist. That's one of the things I did not mention among the other list of things that you do here. And so let's kind of dive into that. You were mentioning to me before how art and creativity can kind of be really important for how human beings can free themselves. Why is that? And, what can we do with it?
Yeah, so a lot of how people think of artwork has to do with the way in which it's been packaged for them to then repackage and present again. So, in other words, we've had the industrialization of how we think of art overtake what would otherwise stem from our hearts. And so, what art actually is the culmination or the greatest degree to which we can express anything, and that means that anything can be art. If you do something very well, whatever, say that you make cabinets very well, that can be an art form. So it's very easy to understand that art is something that is inherent to people, that allows us to communicate things on the highest level, and that if it isn't molded or modeled into an industrialized like variant, then we're much more inclined to go about exploring it and then sharing those expressions with one another. So we all love movies. I'm not saying that they're a bad thing, but if you're only ever given the same point of reference for what an assembled product looks like or what its purpose is, say entertainment, versus, let's say, engaging or engaging people enough where they're able to then embody what they've viewed and then take it into themselves so that they're able to then disseminate that, it's supposed to be more of like a shamanistic like transmutation and less of a mirror that we just look into striking the poses of over and over again. And so the industrialization of art has robbed the human expression of the depths of our hearts, and because of that we lack the language we need to really connect.
Hmm. Yeah, I can kind of understand where you're coming from. I think there's a lot of people out there who might have had like favorite video games of the past or movies of the past, and they try to look for like, oh, could I find a movie that was just as good as it was back then, or music or games? And I mean, I would say a lot of people in today's world feel like they made better things back then,
Yeah.
and that's by they I mean us. I mean the human species as a whole. Why is it that art is sort of declining? Is it because of that industrialization?
Oh yeah, well, it isn't just the industrialization process of it, it's the iterative byproduct of existing in an industrialized environment, which is the gradual sort of like rape and pillage of creativity. It's more about having something done and appeasing demographics that will have like studio sales, but not necessarily be illustrative of anything of actual substance. And so it's the predictive programming matrix has been dialed up, not only from the explicit intentions of people who want to control our culture, but so too is a byproduct of us existing in paint by numbers. And because of that, lacking the sporadic desire to sort of mix and match and create of our own accord. So it's like we've been sort of stripped bare by the industry creating a cage like environment. And at the same time, when you live in environments like that, you aren't necessarily inspired to make them all that much better. You just want to find almost like a set of bars that makes you feel more nostalgically warm and fuzzy about where you've been. And so it's like this almost hypercube entrapment that we continue to play into with the investment of our energy. And that's sort of what I meant with the idea of our liberty and our freedom being like intimately entwined with our creative approaches, because that's the language of nature is creativity. And that's how you're able to, that old Jurassic Park saying of, it's like life finds a way. The way that it finds a way is through creativity. And so that's kind of like how that whole process has come to clamp down upon us, and how then we ourselves have participated in that same process.
Hmm. Okay, so yeah, freedom and creativity going hand in hand. So like the way I see it is, if you don't have freedom, how can you even express your creativity to begin with?
Yeah.
So you're saying they're kind of interrelated as well, like in the expression. So if people are not like free to express themselves, and then you're going to have sort of that industry takeover. I mean, how do
Yeah.
you prevent that industry takeover? Is it by having more freedom within the aggregate of society generally?
I agree that that would, in essence, contribute to it, but it wouldn't necessarily wholly account for it. What you would want to have would be a holistic equilibrium of the balances between hemispheres, and then a holistic intelligence insofar as like the mind, heart, gut. Because
Okay.
ideally, like even if you're calibrating your intellect, your greatest level would be heart-based intelligence. So even using the representation of the calibrating of the sacred masculine and sacred feminist, looking at that from a left and right hemisphere kind of like equilibrium between the two, uh, you then want to step that up to even higher levels and make it holistic. So, but that's a point of introduction from like the materialist kind of perspective of the asymmetrical lean on the left hemisphere that makes us disproportionately binary and mechanical in our perception, which then makes us disproportionately the likeness of that in our own expressions, be they artistic, creative, whatever. They're still disproportionately locked within a paradigm of perception that is not illustrative of our greatest ascension.
Yeah, I know there's some people who say the left versus right brain thing doesn't have enough, science or does not really validate. I don't know what your views are on that.
My views on that would be to grab this book, which is Master and His Emissary, which is Ian
Okay.
McGilchrist, and it goes into more of the framing of why the brain is divided as it is, and that's it's a lot more complicated than almost like the rudimentary framing of masculine and feminine and mechanical, versus receptive. So left hemisphere is a microscope, right hemisphere is a radio. There's a lot more complexities when you go into this. So I can understand the criticisms that people have in viewing it as reductionistic. That said, the more in which you dive into it, uh, generally speaking, you can get a good sense of it that way. Historically speaking, it provides a tremendous amount of insight into how a lot of the things that we've observed emerge, like Malthusian, like philosophy, and a variety of other, like Descartes, and all of these kind of like particular left brain leanings have sort of like built on top of each other. So it isn't just that that's the structure; it's what are the philosophies that almost like parasitically emerge from that structure in order to then restructure all of our external environment so that it feeds into itself. Because it's like that the hypercube in the esoteric, it's getting caught up in the same form over and over and over and over again. That's what creates the prison. So it's like being able to break out of the confinement of that geometry that in an iterative way feeds into itself is so paramount to us being able to escape the cage. And
What do
so
you
it's like,
mean
yeah.
by that geometry? If you don't mind, just explain a little bit more about
Sure.
that.
So, like the hypercube being the illustration of a cube that constantly creates and sucks itself in over and over again. And that's an example of a geometry that is illustrative of a prison, an eternal prison. And it's an eternal prison because of our very way of conception. In order to be able to break out of it, just have the cube become a circle, have the circle become something else, and you're able to allow the geometry to speak to the evolution of who we are as people in our pursuit of being free. And ultimately, the greatest freedom that you can realize is creativity. It's like you're co creating, actively participating in what then is disseminated outward from within. That's the highest point that we can reach is the creativity that nature speaks through us.
Okay. Yeah, so I see here we're making some like distinctions and we're saying, okay, here you got industrialization and here you got more so freedom with the creativity. And then you kind of gave us some philosophical background, which I found quite interesting because I talked with Roger Poole, somebody who also goes by the name Roge. And he kind of gave us a philosophical foundation as to understanding, well, what happened to purpose? What about meaning or value in
Mm.
philosophy? Has those things kind of been swept away when it came to bringing in the materialist philosophy?
Oh, yeah.
Um, so does that have to do with creativity as well?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I mean. If that's so that's that framework of understanding is the degree to which a particular consolidation or viewpoint of reality has disproportionately come to mar or malign the actuality. And so the more in which we're sort of browbeaten under that hypermasculinity in order to conform to the dredges of the contemporary, like what we've had to go through in this consolidation of human slavery, the more in which we participate in that, the more in which we become it, the more in which we facilitate it. So it's a never ending sort of iterative process of our assimilation until we pull away from it and create something new. And that's sort of like the dredges and the trenches of those philosophies are very difficult to come out of, the more in which we ourselves are sort of like enmeshed with them. And that's
Mm.
why it's so painful and so difficult and takes so long to do this. It's a separating of the external as well as it is the separation of the internal. And it's very difficult to do that on an individual level, and so too in the aggregate of society.
Yeah, we can kind of maybe relate that to the slave-like condition in the 1800s when the chattel slaves are on the plantation. They couldn't think of any reality other than the
Yeah.
current reality they were in. They were born into a slave family, and to think of freedom would be fearful. It's like,
Yeah.
what is this new reality I've never lived before? I've never been free. What is freedom? What is even morality? I mean, I don't, how didn't even know how to read or write. So I mean, what creativity could they express at all? Is it
Yeah.
because they were not free?
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
And even then, depending on any attempt that they might make to be creative, would almost intuitively, from the desire of those who want to oppress, be removed from them. And at the exact same time, oppression elicits from within us a desire to create, either to cope with the situation that we can't escape or to find a way to liberate. So the example of that is why a caged bird sings. You know, it's coping with what it is to be imprisoned. At the same
Mm,
time, it's speaking to life, a part of the beauty of its own nature, which is that it has this lovely voice. So
that's
the
true.
circumstance of slavery, and you give it a good example of it, brings sort of this doom and gloom to the expression of life, and it's both a way of coping and a way of escaping.
Interesting. Yeah. So coping. So you can kind of see creativity then as like that tool. It's like, well, I want to be free, so how about I just start manifesting it within my thoughts and
Yeah.
try to put the intent out there right before I put the action out there, sort of just
Mhm.
to lay the groundwork. Some people are like, man, I want it to rain, or oh, I'm going to prepare for this day. Well, I'm going to have to set my mindset first, and then take the action. It's quite interesting. So, if people want to be free in their minds and they manifest freedom or they express it through creativity, I mean, what could that do for society alone potentially? Um,
Literally everything. Yeah.
you think so?
Oh yeah, no, like so it's one of those things where think of a conversation that you're having with another person. If you automatically apply the concept of infinite creativity, you'll have whatever idea you need to have to be able to broach what was previously an infinite divide between you. So the premise of human connection hinges upon our ability to step beyond the margins of our constraints. And yet at the same time, we're chastised or shamed or shunned should we attempt to do that. And the reason is because it has to be absolutely perfect or it's meaningless. And so that's one
Mm,
of those things where the more in which you come to understand how powerful art is, it becomes closer to the truth. It doesn't have to be identical to the truth because metaphor has an interaction with the truth such that I describe it as an iris. It's a calibration that orients an individual based on what they can be receptive to. Some people you can show them the truth and it'll be just blinding. But other people, if you show them a calibrated metaphor for that truth with a closed down iris, less of the light is getting in and they're able to look at it and perceive it for what it is so that then they can come back to the truth and it'll have something that isn't just blinding for them anymore. It'll have insights, and so it's one of those really interesting things where the insight that we're lacking in one another is the refinement of our ability to be creative with each other. And then at the same time, think of the industrialization of our expectations. If something isn't created with a particular level of production values, we automatically shit on it. Imagine like how beautiful the idea of another human being writing you a poem or giving you a picture or something like that. How important that is insofar as your relationship is. But automatically you're already shitting on it because it doesn't have the budget that Star Wars did. So not only have we had our language destroyed, we've had our ability to listen to one another's expressions destroyed, because we have the expectation that it's supposed to look like the industrialized variant that we go out there and laugh about in movie theaters designed to entrain us.
So how did we get to that point? How did we get to that point of enslavement? Was it through false forms of creativity,
Yeah.
deceiving forms?
Yeah. So it's synthetic mockeries that we conflate as if the same or substitute as if more important. And a good example of this in nature again is, so there, I don't remember exactly where this is. I think it's in Mexico, or it could be in Arizona, but there's a particular kind of orange soda bottle that is just a large orange bottle that keeps getting discarded on the side of the road. And there's in that region a large orange beetle that finds this soda bottle so sexually attractive because it's a giant bootied orange thing that it thinks is a beetle, that the beetle population is starting to decline because it's so wrapped up in fucking the orange bottle, and it's no longer interested in finding its own species. A lot of what has been done to our perception is the supplementing of the synthetic, which is augmented to appear as if better, and then we're constantly almost like chasing the heroin that we injected just to be able to stay stable. It's sort of like that. It's the addictive processes that then supplement our ability to recognize what is ultimately best for us.
Would you say our natural reality has been covered by illusions of unnatural realities that we think are natural?
Oh yeah, yeah. There are all kinds of layers to that. The simple and easiest one is just to look at advertising and propaganda and the whole Edward Bernays like scaffolding of creating a world where not only are they not going to show you a realistic picture of a hamburger, they're not going to show you what happens to the cow prior to the point of making the burger. So there are all these different layers of deception and acclimation that are stacked on top of each other in order to create that collective deception.
Okay. Yeah. And that makes sense, right? If we look at systems of government that have grown super tyrannical, we would say, oh, well, it's corrupt here, it's corrupt there. There's so many reasons why it's tyrannical, why we're calling it tyrannical, why everybody's affected, because it's affecting people at every level, right? So would you say government is sort of by within itself a sort of a manifestation of the industrialization or the material? I mean, it's not natural, right? Does that have to do with it?
It's an interesting idea. It's fear-based stagnation that comes into being out of a desire to control the whole of the population and what can potentially come about from the, let's say, unencumbered wellspring of human beings. If you don't control what comes out of them, then you don't have your say at the end of the day. And that's literally all government is. It's the parasitic mindset that the decree of a select few is the determinant of what comes to be of the many, and that they will use that leveraged control structure to determine everything on this earth, and will lie to everyone that it has to be that way, because without it, it would just be chaos. When really the reality is that without it, it would be a bountiful garden, much more prosperous. And it is the parasitic predatory mindset that has been put upon us that has kept us from our own liberation. So it's a lot of different layers to the distortion. Yeah, yeah. It's I use it to describe it as our cells have themselves been turned into our cells. So it's turning our bodies into our prisons, using that same sort of like insight of the language to go about doing that. So that it's like Frederick Douglass, or yeah, the whole, slaves who don't understand their slaves, they're the most enslaved, that entire thing.
Yeah, I call it mental slavery in my book. It's the most dangerous form of slavery. Gandhi said it. Bob Marley said it. Martin Luther King Jr. said it. All these people were talking about what mental slavery is. And I sort of correlate that to physical slavery, how one always leads to the other. And it's quite interesting that, we're kind of tying in these ideas. So going along those lines of slavery, freedom, and the aggregate of society. So you're saying it's us. We are partly responsible, right, for the world condition. So how did we more so contribute to that condition of tyranny? If we were to look at any tyrannical empire in history, why is it that, is it because we suppressed our creativity? Is it because we did not express ourselves, or that we did get caught up in illusions, and we weren't conscious enough to recognize they were illusions?
It's a lot of different things overlapping with one another in different sort of breaths and emergences, because it isn't singularly, let's say, an upward trajectory or a downward spiral. It's both in a pendulum swing, back and forth. So looking at like the past few thousand years, which has been the continued sort of downward spiral of our consolidation into matter, and the adverse karmic consequences that come about in that sort of pendulum swing, which can also be described as the breath of Brahman. It's like those inward and outward breaths of the universe that bring with them either the ascension or descension of our consciousness as men. So very, very broad lens, that's what's been going on. To a certain extent, it's not that you can't escape it. It's that as the external environment of consciousness at any given period of time changes, we're going to go through those changes as well. So to a certain extent, within the period of time that we went through, it's kind of an inevitability, or I'll just say that it's so much more likely, and so much the probability goes up so much that it borders on prophecy. And so that's sort of what we're coming out of. There have been a lot of different steps forward and step backs within that kind of time frame, and even then it goes a few thousand years prior to that. So that's like a 2,000 to 4,000 year chunk where we've been going through this descension and now culminating in the ascension process again. We have very much been co-creating in the process of that, but I constantly use the metaphors for what's been happening to and being done with the species at large as a cooking process. And a good example of this is what happens with cheese. If you look at it from a microbial perspective, or like the microbes and vying for resources in a finite region, it's literally just like waves of genocide and devastation as these organisms try and figure out what there is to eat and able to grow and refine themselves over time. So if you think of the universe as cooking with the resonant energy of the species over very long periods of time, it's the equivalent kind of making cheese. We're going to go through these bouts of genocidal kind of just like back and forths where we don't have the ability to open up from the seed that we're in or from the wax that we've been encased by. And only in time, once we reach a particular flavor, do we find ourselves on a plate being mixed with a different ingredient. So it's sort of like the cooking processes of existence itself over thousands of years, and how our attempts to be creative within that can facilitate short-term creativity. Look at, for example, using the metaphor of culinary continuing, how our fusions of foods have interacted alongside of warfare. So that gives you an example of how something where we're murdering each other also allows for creativity. So creativity comes out of both ends of the spectrum. And as we move out of the creativity that has been how to more imprison and encage us, we'll move into the creativity of how can we escape the cage? Because there's the whole inversion principle thing too. There's creativity in the sense of how to calculatively apply depravity, and we've had an extraordinary stretch of that kind of creativity just going all over the place. And so it's like, what kind of creativity are we talking about here, good or evil? And that's sort of like what comes out of those inward and outward breaths of our exploration and experience of what it is to be people.
Wow. Yeah. I think cooking is definitely somewhere you can learn a lot from, especially if you have a creative mind. I mean, just food in general or health, and looking at the health of all things and how things interact with one another. So, like you said, like if you were to combine certain foods, maybe they don't taste so well, or maybe the nutrients and, they don't work so well together, but other foods might work really well together. And then it's like a matter of understanding the time and place, as I would call it, as to where things are supposed to be in our lives. And I think that takes time, right? It's like understanding, well, who am I? What am I doing on this earth? Like, what am I trying to achieve? That can sometimes take time to understand. Maybe some patience too, especially with cooking. And if you're fermenting something, it's got to be in a set temperature, set environment. And so there's a lot of connections you can make with food. As I definitely agree. There's a word that I use too, is denaturing. The world is denaturing if we are not in alignment to ourselves or our purpose, may you say, going back to like Aristotle's teleology. And these are the type of ideas talk about a lot. But in cooking, they say when you cook something, you're denaturing a protein. So it's quite interesting because you're taking it away from its original form. So kind of something that was coming to mind when you were talking about that was this idea of evolution versus like involution, for
Mm.
example. Are we moving forward in history, or are we kind of moving backwards? And a lot of people feel like, oh, well, maybe things just have to start over. Oh, like our creativity's dead. Like we're never going to be able to create good music again. Like, I don't know if that's a really good mindset for creativity.
No. Yeah, no, the idea of where we're at versus where we're going, I think it is one of those things where it's a timeline divergence. And so it really is where you invest yourself and where you genuinely come to be insofar as your inner work. And it is the process of the refinement of the internal actively made external within your daily actions that will culminate in you taking the right direction. Because a saying that I use is that destiny isn't written, it's in the writing. So given that, if you want a different destiny, start writing it. Stop expecting it to be something that will be written for you and start actively participating in the writing it. And then the future will come to be that version that you turn down the road of. It isn't just one road. They're the two primary timelines you can look at in any given moment, and you use the words involution or evolution to describe them, and that's accurate. There are a lot of different timelines in that every different word that we use and every different thing that we do brings about kind of just micro changes in the short term, but in the broad, foundational, fundamental, underlying arteries of the directions that we can choose to go in, it's your higher self or your lower self, it's involution or evolution.
So start creating essentially, and stop asking for permission, for
Yep.
that creation to be
Yep.
done. And it's quite interesting because, some people want to have a connection with a creator, right? A worldly creator, which is outside of us, something that created us, but we ourselves are also creators, right?
Yep.
Perhaps a reflective
Yep.
um, way of creative ability. So maybe, we're kind of just tapping into that source and recognizing who we are. Like I said, finding our
Accurate.
purpose.
Yep.
So going along the lines of evolution, another thing I think about is, well, why did we end slavery in the 1800s? One form of slavery. That was an evolutionary achievement, was it not?
I see it as an economic byproduct of the illegitimacy and ineffective nature of the practice in that time period. If you look at what's happening with the digital integration of systems around people and into people, it's a more economic model of the exact same like immoral conceptual framework by which we go about harnessing or imprisoning people. So because of the digital environments that are ubiquitous, simply by our engagements with them, you can use that as a template for human slavery that is 20% more effective than it was before, which is enough to make the difference in what had previously resulted in slavery going out of business. It went out of business because it was a stupid, shoddy, crappy business that couldn't stand up to the workmanship or wherewithal of people who weren't in those situations. Now they're trying to take another crack at that because in this environment, they might be able to make it a little bit more prosperous. And depending on how you apply your conscious energy and the direction that you take through time, you'll either come to see that like around you in a very threatening and pervasive way, or you'll gradually be able to diminish the degree to which all of the species feels any need to indulge in that paradigm whatsoever.
Wouldn't you say it's kind of creative on part of the people who are in control of things to find ways of controlling other
Oh
people?
yeah, that's what I mean. Like the
Yeah.
inversion principle creativity, they're going to find more sick and messed up ways to torture than you ever imagined before, and for them, that's going to be. So think about it this way: like I use the example of describing a Thanksgiving from the perspective of a turkey. Which all of us, we understand Thanksgiving. You get together, you eat food, you're happy, you celebrate things. But describe it to the turkey. It's like, okay, not only are we going to kill you, but then we're going to rip out all of your feathers. We're going to cut you open. We're going to pull stuff out of your butt. We're then going to go take a bunch of stuff that we randomly got together in a field, shove it up your butt. And then we're going to shove you in a very hot environment and periodically paint you with the curdled drippings of a cow's tit. And the turkey's just going to be like, okay, well, what are you even talking about, dude? Are you insane? It's like, what is wrong with you people that you would do that? But once again, think of how far a predator will go to cook with its prey in exactly the way that it wants to enjoy that flavor. So that kind of creativity, is it coming from the predator or is it coming from the prey? And so we're coming out of that long stretch of predatorial creativity. And that's something that's going to continue to be there in the force of involution because it never goes away. So even as we learn about all of these beneficial things, that entire realm, oh, it's still going to be there. It's not going anywhere. And we need to be honest about the reality of that whole spectrum of insight into the creative process. It's good and it's bad. It's everywhere all at once.
So would you say an alternative to that predatory creativity is a different form of creativity? I don't know if you have a term for it. That's like a right brain.
Yeah, so ultimately it would be I just use a convergence of terms, which is when you get into the distinction between magic and sorcery. Because when
Okay.
you really describe what creativity is on its highest level, it is either magic or sorcery. And so that's the distinction being, are you operating in accordance with higher will, or are you using these kind of tricks and creative things in order to benefit your will? So is it higher self, lower self? And it's just kind of that juggling and balancing act. And it's always a constant process of waking up and refining, because you're never really all the way there. Anytime that you're a creative mind, you're always trying to improve that or learn other things or mix things. And so it's exponential. Yeah.
Mhm. Now, for people who don't really understand the difference like between magic and sorcery, the way I see magi, doesn't that word mean to create?
I don't know the etymology of like, it's
Yeah, I'm
very
pretty sure
similar.
because if you look at imagination, it's like image and imagery. It's basically a form of creation. The word magi, so it's like magician, and there's a
Yeah.
tarot card for it as well. Mark Passo even makes a distinction between sorcery as controlling other people to do your will, and
Yeah.
magic doing the good for the will. The will
Yeah.
of all of creation, the higher lowercase. I mean, the uppercase W. Um, and so there's a lot of connections you can make, I guess, with occultism. I mean, that's kind of creative too, is it not? You start studying that stuff, it's like, whoa, what am I getting into? And by occult, just to clarify for people out there, it just means hidden. And we usually refer to like hidden knowledge or mystery traditions, ancient schools of thought. Um, I'm not sure how much you've kind of looked into that and see creativity there, but I see there's all sorts of amazing things that's like, how would people come up with this or that? Well, is it just observations of nature? Because to me, that's how I kind of get my creativity. I look around
Mhm.
the world and I make connections.
Yeah.
What would you say are some helpful ways people can get creative themselves, to sort of free their minds a bit more and express themselves?
It's a highly individual thing. So as much as I can give advice, it's not something that ultimately my advice will be the determinant of how the reality comes to unfold. I use the descriptor of every man is a sculpture and every man is a sculptor. So it alludes to the note that you had made before, that we ourselves are creations of the creator, which are in turn going about creating. And the highest degree to which we can see that come into being is to be in line with the creator. So it's one of those things, when you're in alignment, it ups your game. And if you're using the inversion principle, then you need to be really in line with like our lower selves in order to up that game. So no matter who you are and what your creativity is, it's about finding the connection between you and your creator. It's being the sculpture and the sculptor. It's both of those things. My personal experience of it, I don't know if this is ubiquitously the case, but it's very, very painful. It almost seems to come with it to a certain extent. And I'll point to the etymology of the word of passion for that, which is that it's derived from suffering. So if you think of things that you're very passionate about, it's going to overlap with suffering. You can look at a contemporary artist who kind of dabbled hints of this just prior to his death, which is Philip Seymour Hoffman. He was giving an interview at one point, and he later died of a heroin overdose, which is basically suicide. But what he was talking about is that the pursuit of greatness is torturous. And that's been my experience, is that you can go out there and be creative and have fun with it and everything. Is like, well, what are you trying to accomplish with it? How good do you have to be? Like, who are you up against? Not just yourself. It's like, what else is being created around you? Do you stand a chance against that? And then in the process of going through all these different refinements, both internal and external, it will become torturous. And then it is the transmutation of that torturous feeling within all of us that allows us to, and this is a metaphor that I use, knit razor wire into a cashmere sweater. So it's very painful for you, but you're able to give that which would have been painful for someone else to them in a way that is very beautiful and luxurious, and not a single solitary strand of that cashmere sweater can be anything other than perfect, or that's the only thing they'll be able to feel. So it is the alchemical, shamanistic transmutation of an emotional state of being put into an internal cauldron in order to bring about something that you can feed to someone else and have them say yum. What that is for you, I can't tell you, but nature can. So listen.
Okay. Yeah. I kind of, get creativity myself when I journal, when I kind of like reflect and listen, like you said, and sort of just like observe and take the time to really think things through and let the ideas sort of flow to me.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if like what you're talking about kind of relates to the idea of alchemy, but that's kind of what I was trying to kind of
They're the same
feeling.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. With
When
the
you understand the metaphor of
transmutation.
alchemy, yeah, when you understand the metaphor of alchemy, it alludes to the alchemist. And so, in one sense, you can take that as completely literal and it's true. In the other sense, the alchemy is the refinement of the ingredients that you're using entwined with the internal person. So, yes, that's very much a part of what's going on. And that mindset is very much applicable to that discipline.
Yeah. And you were mentioning like sort of the creation and the creator. Well, it's interesting, because you would think that people would want to create something that reflects themselves or something that reflects their current ideas or maybe even higher ideas that are beyond them. But there's a lot of things that might be in contradiction to ourselves. Like, are we creating something that we can't escape out of because we create so much of it? We conditioned ourselves to our own creations or to putting out a certain message. Like if I went online and I said a certain thing so many times and made it my brand, and
Mhm.
like everything I did was about this one thing, well, it's going to be probably harder for me to like escape that, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of in the world we live in too, is that sort of conditioning to the previous art, the previous creativity we're already delved into.
Yeah,
We
that
kind of
sentiment.
feel.
That is what I mean by industrialization of art, the
Mhm.
industrialization of art. The exact same thing that you're describing. That's what I mean. Is it
Yeah.
becomes that whole recreative process of just boring ourselves into particular positions and things that we then feel compelled, almost like we're bound by them, you know?
Hmm.
But it's so the exact point that you're making, that's exactly what I'm referring to. That process happening.
Yeah. So this is really interesting. So we're kind of talking a lot about adding something into creation, sort of, even though we're kind of improvisers, are we not? We're not really creating anything because everything's already here. We're just taking different parts and pieces and like you said, kind of like transmutating. We're just bringing things together and turning them into different formats. Would you say that's correct? Like we're not really adding anything new into creation. We could say that we are, but technically we're just taking what already exists because there's nothing new under the sun. That's the common phrase.
Yeah, I a lot of that has to do with our perceptual framework of time. Insofar as the Akashic records, yes, what you're saying is true because it's always been there. So it's just there, and we're in essence just experiencing it for ourselves. So it's more to do with the experience of the creation than it is about the creation. That said, in a linear progression of time, it is creation, and we are a part of that. And that's why we were created, is because from the 11 dimensional perspective of what we're able to do with our minds, it's the most sophisticated thing that we've observed in nature. So that's one of those things where that's what allows us to so powerfully entwine ourselves with our higher selves, which is all of time, in order to offer to the future that which has yet to be realized, except once again, from the perspective of the Akashic record, yeah, it's all already been created. So it's kind of like it's time's the answer to the question.
Yeah, and for people who don't know what the Akashic record is, what is that about? Is that something people should look into?
Yeah, so the easiest way to understand that would be if you stop looking at time as a linear progression, but instead you look at all different things that could have happened or all different things that have happened. Akashic record is more all that has transpired or will transpire. And so it's
Okay.
more just like a point of reference for what viewing experiential reality is when it's not constrained by a linear perspective. And even
Interesting.
then, that might not be the best description of the Akashic record. So I'd have to go and look up like how that's like defined from their perspective. Basically right hand path, left hand path kind of stuff, mystery school thing.
Okay. Yeah, that's obviously crazy, a big topic. So kind of the reason why I also asked like about adding things in is what about taking things out?
Okay.
So, we can be creators and we can create things, but when we realize certain things may not be so productive or beneficial for us, may we want to take things out? Because, in the 1800s, the movement to end slavery was called abolitionism. I
Mhm.
refer to myself as an abolitionist. It simply just refers to the idea or the act of abolishing. So isn't that interesting? It's like kind of, relating this back to health. It's like, well, if you want to help your body and heal your lifestyle, maybe you should get rid of this food because this food is causing all this inflammation. And maybe you want to add in this food instead, or maybe you want to add in to crowd out. What do you think about taking out of creation?
Oh yeah, exactly right. Because a lot of what we've had inserted or injected is under ostensible pretenses in order to subvert or commandeer without our conscious awareness what the output of our labor or energy is. And so the removing of the parasitic mindset is that which allows the beauty of nature to blossom and to be able to move in a direction that is conducive to the betterment of men.
Hmm.
And a lot of that right now is removing things as much as it is creating things. So yeah, it's a very good insight.
Yeah, I think you can maybe make some connections between like the man-made and the natural. Like sort of what you're saying is, we've bombarded ourselves. When I think of industrialization, I think of, cars and cities and all this massive skyscrapers, and it's like soon enough, it's like, where are the trees? Where's the nature? It's like, are we detached from our roots, where we came from, and is that the reason partly why we are in the condition that we are in, or why people in the city have more allergies than people in the country, or they're not being exposed to what maybe they should be exposed to. Would you say there's a connection between the natural and the unnatural here?
I see all of the various different physical manifestations of things as being illustrative of a philosophical construct that precedes them. And then the particular emergence and entwinement of those things have to do with what we have thus far experienced, been able to reflect on, or to be able to move beyond uh, how those things can also be barriers to us. So it's all natural. The question is, how much of a perversion can you take it to? Because nature will only let you go to such an extent in any one direction before it doesn't really sustain itself or exist anymore. You can continue to entertain it with your imagination, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you'll be able to return to it as something in reality that is just like I'll use the word good thing, even though it's not necessarily the best word. But if something cannot sustain itself in reality, is it a good thing? Or is it something that we have a tendency to wrap ourselves up in and invest our
Mm.
energy in a way that we lose more than we gain from? So it's like
Counterproductive.
that thing. Yeah. So if that can be the word utopia, the whole it's something, the perfect way of being that's also not there, versus the simulacrum notion, which is a fake story that we tell ourselves that isn't based on a reality, and then we're constantly trying to conjure the sentiments associated with that story as if to ground it in reality. So it's one of those things where we need to come back to what's true in order to be able to balance how far our imaginations might take us into imbalance, because we want to control how we feel, and that can become very toxic and self-fulfilling or
So
perpetual.
before you mentioned how essentially you kind of get rid of the government or these systems or these illusions and you create more freedom. That's a
Mhm.
beautiful world. And some people might think, oh, well, that's utopia's thinking. That's extreme. That's the imbalance is, thinking that we can live without those systems. But is it really an imbalance if that is also our natural condition? I'm curious what you think about people who make those comments.
A lot of balance is defined by what people have been acclimated to, not what actual balance is. So we have been acclimated to a profound imbalance, and we look at that as if it's normal. It's like if you're eating tacos all the time and your head's constantly to the side because you're eating tacos, and someone's like, no, 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 this is balanced over here, and you look at them like they're crazy. It's like that's kind of what's been done to us as a species. We've got some serious problems with how we view things.
Hmm. Yeah. So now let's kind of delve a little deeper into action. Would you say there's certain things that you think people should do or independent media should do, people who are currently creating that they aren't doing that you would like to be seen doing?
So much, yes, but I think that's one of those things where it never really works that way. It's our responsibility to lead by example. So, as much as I wish other people were doing, I take it as a reminder that I need to get off my ass. And as people perceive or observe leaders in each of their respective capacities, then they fall in line of their own accord. If, however, you spend your energy trying to get them to fall in line, it's like a drill sergeant, and you accomplish nothing other than a militaristic like mimicry that passes from one generation to the next. You don't want to do that. We're not trying to create soldiers, and we're not trying to indoctrinate or industrialize people. We're doing our utmost to lead by example so that other people, in perceiving that, will be able to strengthen and embolden themselves and then lead by example in their own way. So it's a constant forward momentum in that way. So the premise of what can and should other people be doing, so many things, but it's like I drive myself crazy if that's one of the things where I keep returning to. It's like this person needs to do that, this person doesn't understand that, blah 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 blah, because then it's just like the poisonous almost contempt like marinades you in animosity until you aren't able to see your own purpose, because so many of the things that are lacking that you have the ability to recognize, that's your purpose. Holy shit, you have the ability to recognize that something's wrong, that something's broken. You know what that means? That the world was given you so you can help fix it. So that's an important thing.
Yeah, that's a huge point. But don't you also think maybe others helping you recognize could make a difference, or is it just expectations that are, like you said, they
Yeah.
kind of have to be filled by the individual that sees
So
it?
that's almost like the role of community. When you enter into that part of the conversation, it's moving beyond the recognition of the individuals and more reaching a point of community. And when it comes to that, that is one of those things where we do want people to be more reliable. We do want people to be more conscientious. We want people to be more all of the things that we see as virtuous. We want more of that, and we want that from our communities. So that is one of those things where as you go from one level of analysis and then it changes to a different level of like from an individual family to an individual community to a city to what we call a state, all these different things. As you go from each of those points of analysis, it's always a microcosm macrocosm entwinement and engagement between them, but different terms that may apply in one place are no longer applicable, or different terms that are absent from one place we feel as if they should be, because we want to move out of the individual responsibility of family units and of communities and observing leaders to societies where we know that that shit is there. And so that's one of those things where as we transition from those individual responsibilities to those larger conglomerates, the definitions change, and we need to know that that stuff is there.
Would you say a movement would be helpful or necessary for the change that we desire? I know it's a bit of a question.
I would say that understandings are. Movements are almost the hijacking of understandings so that they are understandings that are almost like Trojan horses under brandings. So that's why it's so easy to co-opt and subvert movements, is because it's everyone's wearing the same color of t-shirt. It's like, okay, put one agent provocateur in there, movement over. Or it's everyone's wearing the same kind of like, yay, hippie love kind of thing. It's like, all right, get them all addicted to LSD and have them so that they're more interested in getting high than they are in reaching the species' greatest heights. So it's like the understanding is what we actually need. Integrating that understanding into ourselves and disseminating it outwardly through our thoughts, feelings, and actions. Our words, all of this. That, if it's just a movement, will be much easier to destroy, to subvert, or to misrepresent, so that other movements will move in opposition to that movement. So it's about like us seeing first principles as what's most important, not necessarily the truth movement itself. It's like we want to get people up to that level of genuine understanding.
Yeah, so like the ideas are on the spotlight. So like the ideas,
basically like, do you genuinely understand this? Not, do you have the ability to wave a flag saying that you understand it?
Right.
No, nothing other than that. If you understand it, cool beans. If not, you're not doing the thing you're supposed to do. That's the problem, and it's that kind of thing.
Yeah. And maybe, some flags or whatever could help other people find that information. But I agree, like, it's like, why do something or represent something it's like you don't know much about? Like, you should probably be pretty sure what actions you're taking in this life. It's like, oh, am I paying taxes? Am I doing this? Well, am I realizing what it's actually doing in the world around me? Is it contributing to violence? Is it contributing to slavery? So let's kind of delve into your story. Sort of, this is like a final question, if you don't mind. I ask a lot of people this question, and I like to find out how did you get to where you are? What your journey? How long were you a statist? And by statist, I mean an individual who believes in the legitimacy of authority or government. Um, and how did you escape out of that? And if you have a different perspective on it, of course, you may share.
So I was born a writer. I've known what I was going to do from not like basically before I could read or write. I would slather my hand on a keyboard and I would print it out, and then I'd show it to my parents in order to have them point out words that I'd spelled by mistake. And so I intuitively understood from the very onset that words in the written language and my ability to communicate was paramount to my ability to accomplish anything on this earth or be heard and valued and respected as an individual. And we have this tendency to placate, marginalize, or disrespect children in subtle ways. Not that that's how we think of them, but we treat them more like children than we do really appreciate them as people. And so my desire or yearning for the acquisition of language was because I feel as if I have incarnated from probably being a kind of curmudgeonly old man. And so I'm like, all right, I've got all this stuff I'm trying to get these people to understand. And damn it, I got to learn all these words and art and stuff in order to be able to communicate it to them. So my felt intuitive sense was always that this is like a slave system, not using that word, but basically just that it's really broken and it's there to hurt people. And I always hated the compulsory school system. I was like the class clown, and it was something that was always very difficult for me. And so I went through the motions of trying to use creativity and humor as a coping mechanism in those environments, and also as a way to try and create my future. It's like, what is the thing that I'm going to do in the future that I already have this intuitive sense about? And so my emergence into the realm of what freedom is came as a consequence of the transition from Bush to Obama. And for people who don't understand what that time period looked like, it's like in the 9/11 truth movement, which I am a part of and have been for a long time, which is just trying to bring attention to the events of 9/11, looking at them with a critical lens. We were all very much of the impression that Bush and Cheney and Rumsfeld and all of his various different associations, the neocon infrastructure, was chiefly responsible for the events of 9/11. The more in which you look into it, the more in which you understand that it's actually much more likely a 40-plus year plot in order to bring about a transition in geopolitics. And it's less to do with a particular orientation of political party and more to do with the machinations of the machine itself. So my transition from what could be regarded as statist, although I don't feel intuitively as if I ever really identified within the machine or accepted it for what it is, but rather had vestiges of hope, which is a part of the establishment. It baits you with heroes and with hope and all this kind of stuff in order to lure you to reinvest in it. But I had voted for Obama because as a 9/11 truther, you look at it and you're like, maybe this actually is the potential emergence of something that is hopeful and freedom oriented from within the establishment. And then after a few years of observing the nightmare shit show warlord that psychopath was, you eventually realize, oh, it's all just a game. That's all it is. And then you're able to go deeper into your realizations about how reality is constructed in these various different iterations and layers, almost like an onion, designed to keep you going around in circles inside of this constrained philosophical mantra, which is that a parasitic and predatory environment is necessary in order to stay the tides of anarchy. When everyone who understands the actual etymology of anarchy understands that what they're really doing is they're stopping freedom from happening. And they're telling you that they need to do that in order to sustain chaos. And it's all this sordid, mixed up, backwards kind of thing. And those who have studied it understand that it's like that for a reason. But those of us who are learning about it, it's like you almost have to question your own reasoning so many times that you feel like you're going crazy until you can escape the machine. And so that was my whole trajectory, from incarnating with a particular perspective on my felt sense of purpose to then going through the ropes of realizing how mixed up it all is, to eventually emerging in the contemporary in the form of trying to take all that I've learned and then to offer it to other people with the hopes that they themselves don't have to spend as much of their lives or their energy investing in the same basic processes that so many of us in the truth movement have had to go through or be backhanded by in order to come back and present you with something that doesn't hurt so much. Because that's what it is. You know, we're all here sort of sacrificing in our own ways to hopefully make it a little bit easier for the next generation. Yeah. And that's kind of been my whole experience of the thing.
Yeah, well, very well said. I appreciate you sharing everything about your experience. How long would you say you were a statist? Like, if you can put amount of years on it?
I wouldn't even use that as a description because I always resented it's more how long do you go existing in what you identify as a
Yeah.
problem before you're able to articulate what the problem is. And so for me, that was a long time. I always knew that it was wrong. I always disagreed with it. I always fought back against it and hated it, but I didn't necessarily come to the particulars of articulating it in order to help other people liberate themselves from it.
Yeah.
So I'd say that probably like early 20s or something, you start to see the shift. But again, that's less to do with what your actual beliefs are and more to
Yeah.
do with if you've ever asked the question.
Yeah. Yeah, I particularly asked that question because it's kind of like, those compilations you'll see online of like, oh, X vegan, X this, like sort of it would be interesting to have a compilation or to show people like how many people have actually awakened out of the same sort of mentality. So I look at it sort of like just focusing on the ideas, and this is an idea that a lot of people don't know about. They don't
Yep.
know about what this thing is, statism and slavery, and let alone all the occult things that we talked about today. But there is something that they can know, right? Which is perhaps themselves. They can start being creative, even if they feel like they don't have enough knowledge, right? If they feel like, oh, I don't have enough knowledge, I can't go about creating anything. Oh, I'm not a creative person. I don't think that's the best mentality to have if you want to be creative. I think you gotta you gotta find it within yourself, right? Everybody's got their own forms of creativity. Would you say?
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I guess so. From that point of insight, I remember when I was first, because I started writing my first book when I was 10. And prior to that, I tried to write a few different like screenplays and short stories and stuff. And I remember when I was sitting down to do it the first time, I'm like, this is really hard. How could anyone ever write more than one book? It's like, it's so difficult to do that. And so it's like now it's like I'm working on my 11th. I have 5 books that are terrible. So it's not like I have a perfect batting average or anything, but it's like the idea is that you start looking at something like it's impossible, and only in reaching for it do you ever reach it. So if it feels impossible, it's one of those self-fulfilling prophecies. Just stop feeling that it's impossible, try it over and over again, and the creative process of your exploration and reaching for it is what will allow you to reach it, even though it may come to you in a way in which you never conceived of it. Because the
Yeah.
creative process is creative with you. You think you already know it all when you go out on that pursuit. You come back a totally different person because you learn the reality. And that's the difference between sort of how we've been enchanted to perceive and what it is to believe in yourself.
Yeah, as a writer, I can definitely affirm what you just said. Once you kind of
Yeah.
sit down with yourself and you start creating, and a whole bunch of other ideas will come your way, and because you're setting that foundation, and from that foundation, everything could grow. I started with like a simple PowerPoint. What I thought was going to be a PowerPoint presentation turned into, a whole book, because I found out it's like, wait, there's a lot of details and a lot of things I could add on to this. And I just started writing, made it the environment nice and suitable to the information, and the ideas flowed even better. Thank you for joining me and sharing everything. I appreciate your perspectives. You're very in detail. I like the way you always word things, and I encourage you to keep up what you're doing. Thank you very much for joining me. And everybody who wants to hear a lot more talks like this, go to nita.one/summit. That's nita.one/summit. This is Corey Endralot. Check out Teets Snyder. Your website is conspiracysynergy.com, right? Are you also on other platforms as well?
Yeah, so that's the site for the conspiracy show that I host, which is to get people up to speed about this. And it's also an outreach tool for their friends and family. But my personal website for my own art is teace.ca. So it's teace.ca. And yeah, those are the best ways to find me.
Awesome. Yeah, and everybody can check out his links and the downloadable resource that we'll provide as well. This is the end of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for watching. Take care.
All right. T. Snyder, everybody. Great stuff. He has books of his own and even films that he has created. So in case you want to check those out, some of those are really well produced. I actually watched some of his mini films. He did one on 9/11 and sort of the emotional impact it would have on a kid who does research on it and then tells their teacher and then gets in trouble in the classroom. Like, it's crazy script. Amazing stuff, though, because I think it's telling for nowadays when you have somebody who does research and, maybe there's some conflicts, but generally if you have a family that's supportive or not. I mean, it's very, very interesting. And I can see him being more of a creative person as time goes on. You can tell just his passion regarding the issues. He definitely has great videos as well that are detailed with episodes and sources for all his information on his website. So definitely be sure to check it out, conspiracysynergy.com, I think, or .org. I just want to make sure I have that correct. But nonetheless, the next one we're going to play is Fred Gingras. He's here in the chat. Fred, are you still here in the chat, my man? He's waiting for his own interview, aren't you? I'm going to put that big presentation at the end for any of you who like history, and I'm going to put Fred next. Fred is going to go over a very important topic, which not a lot of the other speakers have necessarily gone into detail with, but this one deals a lot with individual action, I would say. And that is the topic of shadow work. So in case you guys don't know what shadow work is something that everybody can apply within their own life, and there's going to be different things you have to address and things you have to essentially work upon. And by the way, yes, it was conspiracysynergy.com for T. Snyder. But yeah, Fred has the Libercast. That's the name of his channel. So be sure to look up the Libercast. Should be pretty easy to find, and I could drop a link as well, Fred, if you want me to. So the topic of the history talk is going to be about the Civil War, since we're talking about the abolition of slavery, right? And we're claiming that slavery still exists through a lot of these talks, and you may have understood this by, watching all these talks. We're heading that direction. It's one of the history talks. There's other ones that go over history, but this one goes over a lot of the lies of the Civil War and all the problems it actually caused that brought us into other forms of enslavement. And let's just say it's very detailed. And it's by two individuals. The main guy, his name is Scott, but he has basically a sidekick, a partner. His name is Mark and Scott, and they both stream on Twitch pretty often, 6 hours almost every single day, going over all sorts of different topics. But he put a lot of time into the presentation, so I'm going to save that toward the end, because that one's pretty massive. It's about double the size of a usual interview. I let him go off because, this was something he specially prepared for the summit, and I was like, hey man, that's great. And I challenged him a little bit on different things, and I'm like, interesting. This is definitely not history we learn in school, so anyone who cares or likes learning about history will be interested. But for now, we're going to watch Fred Gingras. Like I said, very important for individual action. If somebody needs to address their own internal slavery, which we're saying it all starts in the mind anyways, then this is extremely important. Okay, shadow work. And a lot of other speakers may have hinted to it or talked about it, but here he goes into detail. So everybody, welcome Fred Gingras. And again, his channel, just to note, is the Libercast. So think of Liberty, but Libercast, right? All right, and he brings on a lot of guests. He does roundtable discussions. He even welcomes a lot of people join the discussion. So, if you're into a lot of different topics, he talks about pretty much everything. Let's make sure we have the right interview playing here. I don't know which one's playing. Let's find out. Oh, shoot.
Continuing.
I hit skip too many times. Okay, this is the right one. All right, thank you guys. If you have any questions, let me know. And like I said before to Kathy, there's going to be plenty of action steps on the final days of the summit, so don't worry, that day will approach. But there's still a lot more to come. Thank you, guys.
Hello and welcome. This is Corey Angelot. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm here with Fred Gingras of the Libercast, and we're going to be talking about shadow work. I'm also here with my host, Aaron Butler. We're going to go deep into what it means to have shadow work. First things first. Well, what is shadow work? Could you introduce some about yourself as well, Fred?
Okay, so it began at my spiritual crisis, actually. I found out about David Icke and Mark Passio and Michael Tessarian, and Michael Tessarian has been a pivot in my life. from the aspect of psychic vampirism and behaviorism and psychology and things like that. It opens a door inside. When you take in certain knowledge about psychology, you start with yourself, and this is how the shadow work for me began. More of an intellectual aspect first, and then spiritual shadow working as came after that. I have a past of I've been abused in certain way, like a lot of people. By the way, there's a lot of people who don't know what abuse is, and they don't know that they've been abused. But in the way, I decided to stop to lying to myself first. I decided to confront the shadows and my demons, like people called it. So the work is ongoing. It's still ongoing, and I'm still struggling through the purification. You call it transmutation, or psychological change, and it is a very step by step progress. Sorry for my French. After 10 years of deep introspection, there's a lot of positive aspect that come from it, and this is what I wanted to bring up in my podcast. More of a healing and experiencing the shadow work. Mostly because there is no great work without shadow work. It doesn't exist.
It's really important that people look at shadow work, and you have personal experience, you said yourself, with the shadow work. So how does that relate to slavery? Because I know you mentioned to me how this is a really core aspect to understand.
Yes. Everything is about this. All the mind control, the programming from the cultural point, from the theological point. There's no separation. When you're into natural law, you understand really quickly that everything is connected together. What I mean by that is that shadow work mostly is a destructive path.
Okay.
It is taking truth about yourself and about the world, and then making peace with yourself. It's not about destroying peace, but it's a destructive process. What I mean that truth is a destructive process for people who live in lies. So this is what I want to bring. Slavery, it's all in the mind of the people. Yes, you have the shackle version of it that happened and still happening today. Let's not bring down the information, because the slavery is still very active when we're talking about shackling and coercion and things like that. So basically, shadow working is a way to alleviate these shackles, because when you're in this path, you're discovering truth about yourself, and you will probably not love this. There's a lot of repression, there's a lot of schism inside yourself, because this whole society is a schism.
Yeah.
So it even more in the parental aspect, it's intergenerational mind control.
So, and when you said you kind of confronted abuse, kind of, another word for this is trauma, right?
Yes.
You're confronting trauma.
Yes.
And sort of, there's this self-trauma as well. We talk about self-loathing, right? This is another scenario. Could you fill us in on some about that, and maybe how that relates to shadow work?
So self-loathing as such is a consequences of bad minding conditioning. It's like you have the if you have garbage, like Mark Passo says, if you have garbage that are told to you, then you're gonna process garbage and what comes up at the end.
Hmm.
So even what I want to say about this is, there's no shadow work without pain. Usually the people who are doing the shadow work are people who have suffered in their life enough to want to put a stop to it, basically.
I
So
see.
you have to break these conditionings that you have inside, and self-loathing is the first one we have to attack, that we have to fight and confront, because this one is a wall in your progress. It's gonna stop you right there. And let me tell you, people, okay, and people will listen to this. There's this is not funny. This is not funny stuff. Okay, we are not there to ascend to another dimension. Okay, you're there because you want to be in full awareness of this dimension, the 3D world and the spiritual world.
And you can't just run away from your problems.
Yeah, well, it's you always have the choice, but if you're in shadow work, you're gonna there's some things that you put on a drawer that this will coming back, and usually it's going full front. You feel the slap, you know.
Well, and you've mentioned a lot about parenting, and
Yes.
it seems like parenting, in my experience, really it forces you, or it brings up this shadow in yourself that
Yes.
you ignore, and you find a lot of parents that they'll treat their children as if they're just some separate entity from themselves. From my experience, it seems like when your child is behaving a certain way, and or out of alignment with how you perceive, you think that they should be acting, or how you act, but the truth is that they're just mirroring
Yes.
the behavior and the attitudes that you have given them and you have programmed them with. uh, you know h- how much have you learned in this experience about seeing that reflection of yourself in them, and not fighting it as much, and you know
So what I want to bring about that, because parenting, there is a big sorry about that.
So good.
So basically,
It's parenting.
yes, basically, children are are a mirror to you. So when I've been raised a certain way. I'm not agreeing with this, and I try as much as we can as parents, because we're not perfect. We're gonna make mistakes, but if you have the self reflection and the self awareness, then you're gonna be able to correct it, because it's all about actions. You can read about parenting in books and listen to videos, but when there are your children, when it's your family, it's pretty different. My parents were a little cold. They I've been victim from humiliation from my parents and things like that, and this stuff there will have real hard consequence on the behaviors of children. And I realized it, because and we're coming full circle with self-loathing there, because children, when their parents treat them like crap, they will blame themselves for it. And most parents are not mature enough, are not experienced enough to have children. And what is happening when children are making children? Because this is I'm not joking, and I'm getting back a lot to this, but it's a good example. Mostly the IQ of people is to 6 to 7 years old. Okay, so you have adult roaming around with 6 to 7 years old IQ. I'm not saying that children are not intelligent at 6, 7 years old, but when you have 50, 60 years old, 40, you know,
Mhm.
it's not a justification for being a asset.
Yeah. So would you say there's techniques to heal that shadow work? I mean, as a kid, it could be sometimes, I guess, difficult to find that support, right? Because you
Yes.
have less of a will or a reason to really use, but you still have the ability. It's just I think the child is a bit more dependent on the environment, you know, what parents, what people they're around. Whereas as an adult might be able to confront their fears more, but it's more years that they have to confront, and that could be also more difficult. So I don't know which one is easier to confront,
Yes.
but I don't know what you would have to say about that. Are there techniques that they can use at these different ages?
So actually, there's a lot of different way to deal with it. I cannot remember the name of the gentleman who went talking to Mark Passo one day, and he's been into these deep pain and suffering in this younger age, and he was talking about hypnosis. Hypnosis can be a good way to open those drawers, but you have to be ready. You have to care about it. You have to have the desire to do it, because the shadow work will not like treating you like a children. They will not. It will not like uh, pet you and like it's gonna be a bitch slap. Okay, so hypnosis for me, as I tried it once, and it's very good. It's very good because when you have experience in meditation and things like that, you can still have the control of it, and you cannot take open willing decisions into your process. It's not like a deeper hypnosis when you see these people being they do whatever they want with them. It's not about that. It's more a lighter uh, a consensual hypnosis. So this is one part there, and then this one there, I don't know if people would be interested in that, but it's a fantastic and a cheap way to it's a shortcut. Mostly this is how I call them, but entheogen compounds, entheogenic compounds like um, uh, mushrooms, okay, micro dosing and things like that. They are a good way to, like a trampoline, it's like a jump start when because principally psilocybin will bring you back inside, and that's what we want there. We want deep introspection and healing. So if you have, and I want to tell people, uh, mushrooms, when you take them, you have to be in the mood for it. It's a process. It's a respect for a plant. This mushroom, it deserves respect, because if you take it and you're messing with it, you're not gonna like this, okay? Because this is the kind of things that it opens doors into your mind. You know, you have the choice to take it or not. You know, and I could talk a little bit about my experience with entheogenic compounds,
Yeah.
but essentially there's the mushroom and uh, psychotropic drugs that can be took but you know, you have to respect the way. It's not a entertaining kind of drug. You know, you take it because there's a path. You know, there's a you're going this way. You know, so well, usually social environments helps a lot. If you have good friends that you can talk to, if like me, I'm blessed with having a beautiful wife that is supporting me in that. um, there's nothing like that. There's nothing like friends and love and compassion to help you through your hardship. And and you, my wife just remembered me a couple of days ago. I was having there's those downs when you're going shadow work. There's downs and ups, and I wasn't this down, and my wife told me, you can tell me about it, you know. So you have someone to like care about you helps a lot. Okay,
Yeah.
like everybody, you need the social aspect in your life. It helps a lot. You know, it's not like I'm all alone, you know, in a little apartment, and I have to like take care of myself by my home. But it's not the case for me. So I have so much thing that I'm grateful for. You know, my children and my wife and the house that I rent, that I've been lucky to have all these beautiful things
Yeah.
in my life. And I'm telling you people, I'm blessed, you know. But it's not you work for this, you know. You work for it. The shadow work, the great work, it's all worth all the pain, all the sweating, all the crying and the laughing, because it's all that together, you know. And another aspect of shadow working is taking inside of yourself knowledge, because without this knowledge, without internet, let's say, okay, because internet has been a big like change in my life when I been able to get to the information, you know. um, it has been a very intimate and personal thing. I never really starting to talk about it like for years before going, because I wanted to bring understanding and wisdom about it, and not just like, because it's really a hardship, and being able to talk about it like that, and being able to talk about my traumas, because it's liberating you, by the way, when you're expressing it. That's why I told like, if you have really caring people around you, this will help you a lot.
Yeah, so let's say somebody doesn't have that support structure and doesn't
Yes.
have that social framework. Would you say that maybe starting to tell other people about their traumas could help, making other people aware of it, like sharing that with others essentially to get to
Well,
that point?
it's pretty much the same thing, actually. um I For me personally, I'm greeting people. Okay, I'm attracting these people. Okay, it's like I like that in my life. I'm attracting the people who have problematic, you know. And what it is, when you're alone, you're not alone. You're never alone, because we're all connected together. That's one of the deception people people need to get over,
Hmm.
because there's plenty of people who are outside in the social medias. They're having a homepage, and you don't need money to do it. There's plenty of blogs and vlogs about it. Like, if you're alone, they when you're alone, you think you're alone, you're not alone, because there's a lot of people who can you can partake in their work too. So in shadow work, you're still alone. You know, it's not about the people you have around you or the quality of life. It's about you. It's a selfish um, fundamental need. You know, it's very selfish, because it's all, you do it all for you first. Everything comes, every of your actions and what you do is coming, it is because it brings you something back. Okay, so shadow work is very, like, it's very intimate. So you don't need a lot of people around you. You can find groups on the internet. There's still, if you have friends, you know, you can talk to them. If you have like a relative and things like that. But mostly you go on the shadow work page there, and there's a lot of people who are who wants to have people like just like me,
Yeah.
and people can listen to you. Every tools are there. It's just do you have the will to go through it? Do you have the care to do it?
So, this is a process, right? That is a work,
Yes.
and it gives you worth out of the work, like any profession.
Yes.
But this is a real work to be done because it's on yourself. I mean, what more important work is there to be done? It's, fixing you. And then that ultimately, from fixing ourselves, contributes to fixing our world, doesn't it?
Yes. It's directly connected together.
Hmm.
I don't see a free world without people doing it. I don't see it, because when I was talking about 6 to 7 years old, it's scary. It's very terrifying when you realize the the power of words, the power of propaganda, and the power of repetition, because this is all about that. And when you convince people, oh, truth is too hard, life is just let it go, live your life, go to party every day, and things like that, and they will not push you. The society, the institution, the education institution will never bring you back inside in your temple. Never. This is absolutely the contrary. That's what they want to do with people. They're really collectivist mindset, and it's very dangerous when you have a lot of people who don't do the great work, who don't do the shadow work. It's very dangerous because it can be turned as a weapon. There's no bad or good knowledge. It's what you do, what you do with it.
Mm.
It's the desire behind.
Yeah. There's a difference between knowledge and belief, right?
Yes, exactly. And this is what I'm telling to people.
Mm.
I don't believe anything. I know things, and when I don't know, I'm studying.
Right.
I'm getting in the work, because
You're building a connection.
outside of my family life, it's taking most of the time of my, like, you probably know, children are very demanding, very dependent, and it's a beautiful responsibility. I respect them. This is and this is another point. If you don't respect yourself, if you don't love yourself, how can you love or respect someone else? That's a big point there. Okay, and my children and my wife make me discover that you essentially rediscover your children inside you. I got back to all these steps, when they're crawling, and then uh, on the four paw, and therefore and when they start to talk and ask you questions and things like that. And I decided to impregnate myself with it, and do the same as they do. And it's very empowering, really, because you don't you're not, the conditioning is gone. Okay, it's everything is objective, principally, you know
So, you mentioned hypnosis as a
yes.
use. You mentioned mushrooms.
Yes.
And then here, did you just mention sort of questions and using questions as sort of a guide, and other than
Yes.
having support through other people? Is there any other techniques you would say are really essential for people to know?
Not that I know personally, okay, because these ones there, if you care to do your work, this is what you're gonna do, because essentially you're not that's an obligation to do the mushrooms and psilocybin. Okay, it's
Mhm.
it's
They're
a more,
options.
yeah, this is an option that I call them the shortcut for a reason, because this shit will it will knock hard, I don't think there's a way to do the shadow work, because it's all a really personal and intimate relation and a path that you have to take, and you're on your own. Okay, maybe you're gonna have to go see friends and entertaining and things like that, because you need some to take a break from time to time and heal from this, because it's like you're taking your wounds and you're reopening it, and so you have to heal again.
Yeah.
There's a I think there's a growing amount of people, especially in the entheogenic community. They because I don't always see it as a shortcut. I see it as a fast track
Yes.
to seeing, what where your shadow is. And there's a lot of people who forget that it's shadow work for a reason. It's not
Yes.
shadow play. It's not a little bit of shadow and you go tell your friends and then you see a little bit. But there's an amount of work that you have to be doing. And something like entheogens, if you're not doing the work, the mushrooms know, or these entheogens, there's an intelligence that knows if you're doing the
Yes.
work. And if you keep dabbling in those and you're not doing the work, it's going to chew you up and spit you back out.
Yep.
And there's I was just listening to Manly Hall earlier, and he was talking about vigil and vigilance, and being able to be quiet and let the divine within speak. And he said that there's an amount of worthiness that you have to have. If you're not, it's like there's a lot of people in the community that think that, oh, you're just, and I guess it is kind of there's polarity, or there's opposites to it, because there, especially in the Christian tradition, we're taught that everyone is worthy, but there's an aspect that the divine will not speak to you if you're not worthy to be spoken to. And he said something as far as there's worldliness and there's worthiness. And worthiness requires you to put in that work. It's a lifelong obligation to quiet yourself and limit the a lot of people, like you said, they have the intelligence of, or the IQ of a 7 or 8 year old. And this what I see it as, their emotions aren't disciplined. There's no work into taming these attitudes and thoughts and emotions. So they don't have the quietude of the mind, or they're the vigilance of being a silent observer, without attributing all these attitudes or thoughts to that. Do you have any? Have you done any practices with quieting these mental or emotional attitudes?
Sure. Well, I began my path into meditation and contemplation. Real contemplation, because most children are contemplating, and people tell them they're sick. Okay, that they need to take pills because of
Right.
that. So contemplation for me has been a big thing. I use nature as a basic fundamental principle. So when I want to have the calm, and I want to have, I don't know how to describe. I don't know if you guys have this relation with nature.
I do.
So it's really there's a lot of healing when you're going there. Your stress is getting out, and then this is a very beautiful and poetic symbiosis between you and nature. And I think this is one of the most important thing. And yes, silence, it's dealt in the meditation, has been dealt with the meditation for me. Okay, so you have this is what you're calling psychic noises. Okay, there are images and sounds and lights and things like that are coming back. And when you're in the process of shadow working, there's a part of you called the super ego, who will bash you. It will tell you things that you don't want to hear. It's going to insult you. It's going to attack you, because this is the part of yourself. It's your mask, basically. It's your societal mask, and when the people they're talking about controlling the ego, it's not the ego that we have basically when you born with it and you discover it when you grow up. It's the instinctual relation you have. But super ego is your conditioning and your programming for from your parents, for your relatives, when you the educational institutions and things like that. So this thing there, if it's not tamed, it will tame you. You know, you're gonna get back to your old habits. You're gonna act like infantilizing. You're gonna be an infant. You're gonna be afraid of everything. You know, and it's that's why we have authoritarianism, because people when they are 6 or 7 years old, they all they want is validation from their masters or parents or caretakers. Okay, so people want to have validation from the outside. Shadow work is having validation from the inside, basically. You and sometimes you're getting, and there's not only negative aspect to it, because I want to can I talk about this a little
Yes,
bit, the good sides of it?
absolutely.
Okay, so shadow work, even if it's hard, even if it's hardship, there's a lot of beautiful thing that spawns from it. Okay, I have complete control over my emotions. I can switch off and on my emotion when I need to, and that's there. It's priceless. When you're in situation that you need to be impartial, you know, you need to be calm, and you have to act like a really a real responsible adult. You cannot you cannot have you cannot take decision based on emotions. So that's one thing there. This is really important to have control.
Hmm.
So the one thing that helps you when you're getting to it, it took me years to achieve that. It's stoicism.
Yes. Big.
So you basically um, live under principles. It is a rigid system, very rigid, but it's very efficient. You don't have to take everything that come with it, you know, because there's an history of stoicism and the philosophy of it. Me, it has come naturally.
Mhm.
So this is one of the aspect there, and then self-loathing is gone. This is where you're starting to this is where you're starting to say no when you have to, basically.
Yeah.
So this there, just that to achieve that, it takes me a decade to achieve it. I'm just starting to control. And one aspect that I want to bring, that it's so important, it's intuition. When you have the balance, the equilibrium between the two aspect, the two part of your brains, you have the middle pillar, like Brendan Martin said to yesterday in uh, James podcast. And this is a good point there. And because you have the path of severity, and you have the other, there's the one in the middle. So shadow work brings you there. It's up to you if you continue or if you stop. But most people who during the shadow work are going all the way. It takes eons to get through this mess that we're in, you know, because you realize that you are it. There's no separation. You are this. You are this. You are a reflection. As above, so below, so below. As above, so below. Yeah, the correspondence.
Mhm.
Whether you like it or not, you influenced by the society and the culture and everything, and it's taking back the power.
Right. Yeah. So you mentioned Stoicism. I think that's a really, really good concept that I haven't talked much about, but is one that is very powerful for a lot of people, and it's on the uprise in nowadays,
Yes.
as a philosophy. And a lot of people just first swept it under the rug, but it came back pretty naturally with all the great writers and all the great
Yes.
authors, and at the time that were promoting this so-called philosophy. But basically, it's exactly what you said: living in harmony with nature. Understanding what nature is. And for me, I have that experience where I have contemplation. I remember I was friends with this guy who was a psychologist teacher, and I was like best friends with him, and he studied my mind. And he's like, what you're doing is not meditation, it's contemplation. And because I told him I would sit there and I would listen to music, or I would just quiet my mind and I would think. And music to me was another way I that helped me collect my thoughts and rearrange them. And to me, that was like recreating my culture. Because if a culture is making you think a certain thing and trying to infiltrate your mind, well, if you find music that is different from the mainstream, that you perhaps really like, that is creative and spiritual, that might create a whole new impact on the way you think. At least that's what did, in my view. I think really helped me on my way, is discovering all the many artists that barely anybody knows just from my research on music. And so not only that, but silence. Like when I'm in nature, I don't need music. Like why do I need music in nature? And that's when I don't use music. I just listen to, the trees or whatever. And people think, oh, it doesn't do anything for you. Oh, nature is overrated. I heard this from some people who I've talked to because, my message is nature is the answer. And I'm like, you're really going to tell me that? It tells me about an individual, because most people have a deep connection. They it's like peace, serenity immediately, vacation. And it's no surprise to me. So I thank you for sharing that, because I have an experience with that too. I absolutely do. And different times of the day, even midnight, it's beautiful. It's beautiful at all times of the day,
Yes.
frankly. And it could also teach you a lot of lessons too. It's not like always beautiful. There's some chaos within the jungle, within the different areas. But we as humans, we've created houses and created the ability to live in harmony with nature if we so choose. And
Yes.
so that's what my whole second book is about. And I mentioned Stoicism in there. But again, it's like I ran into it by surprise. So do you have any like book recommendations or any particular resources? I know you mentioned a podcast. Is there any other particular resources you would recommend for people?
Well, if you can get into Michael Tessarian body of knowledge about psychology, about narcissism and psychopathy and psychopathology as such. The way I see things is, if you want to get out of mind control, you have to know about it. And I'm not talking about getting out of society. I'm not telling you to cut yourself from everybody, but it's a hermit. You have all these things around you, all these beautiful things, but essentially it's about your inner temple. You have this beautiful world inside of you, this infinite possibility of what you want to do. And music is one good one for if you want to express your emotions, if you want to create and put yourself in nature by words, by music, because they are extension of ourselves. So that's a good way to put it. And I suggest people to get into the Kybalion. This is my basis there. The natural law. That's why I'm so. I'm not considering myself an hermeticist, but I'm deep into that. Because I acquire understanding of it, and I've been able to align myself with it.
Right. You don't have to
Because-
consider yourself anything. I mean, you can
No,
study many different philosophies.
I don't like to be categorized.
Right.
I don't like clubs at all. I want to stay and this is what the Libercast exists, because
Yeah.
there's so much divide outside, there's so much divide inside, that we need to reconciliate all of that
Right.
together.
Yeah. And, in particular, I use the word abolitionism. I know, we talked about this before. I don't like to label myself either. For the longest time, I've always had like on my bios, like no title. I would just write
Yes.
Corey Angela, no title. And it's because it's like, I don't want to be part of this identity and make myself out to be this sort of egoic image.
Yeah.
The reason why abolitionism kind of fit with me was because of the action that I was partaking in, and the fact that it was used in the past for the same action. And
Yes.
they all had different professions, and they all had different things that they were doing, and they all didn't categorize themselves under different ideologies. They were just partaking in a certain action. So to me, that is special on behalf of like trying to get some sort of unity, where it needs to be found for what we're trying to do. Because I think categorization helps for that purpose. It's like putting a music in a genre. It's like, oh, I really like this genre, and now I could discover more music that way. But if you didn't put it in a genre, you wouldn't be able to discover more music. So, that's how I discovered more music. And I think it can be sometimes harmful. I don't know what you think about this, but if an individual has really sad thoughts and they play a sad song, it might just make it worse, or it might make them feel better. But I'm not sure. It could make them succumb in their current state. What I've noticed from my experience, where they just now they douse themselves with tons of sad music, and
Mm.
it becomes part of their identity.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm a metalhead. Okay, so happy music doesn't fit with me. Okay, I listen to like very heavy stuff. There's a lot of poems in music, and we have this band called here Gris, that is very doom-like black metal, depressive stuff. But it can when you do the shadow work, you have to deal with these things, and it's not that it's the only thing you don't you cannot let this thing, because emotions are like a flow. They're coming, you're feeling it, and then you're letting go. So I'm a metalhead. I'm listening to dark shit. I listen to nihilism. That all these stuff that people, it's useless. You're all idiots and things like that. You know what? But I don't care,
Right.
because the music connects with me. I'm a big fan of classical style music, and metal. It's very good, very cathartic style of music. When you're going into a metal show, you're gonna feel all kinds of things there, because people are connecting together for this, and it's very powerful. And music does that. It joins people together, and metal there, it's fantastic. I stumbled upon this band called Bloodywood. I don't know if you're aware of it. Bloodywood is a folk metal from India, and it's very empowering. The lyrics are empowering, and they're talking about real things: depression, bullying, and
Wow.
and sexual aggression, all things that connect with reality. And they're spiritual. For me, it's spiritual. I listen to this band, and I got these shivers. The my hair are like that high, and I'm connecting to music literally, and that's a very good point there. And yes, it can be a good salvation for people who don't like. I don't know about you, but I'm not into salvationism at all. I despise it. I'm a fighter. I'm not gonna submit to anything. So if I don't like it, I'm not living with it. I'm getting rid of. Like people. It's the same thing. People, and you have these bad habits you have, because I have bad habits still. You get rid of it when it's destructive. You get rid of it.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd say that's also like a lesson in nature. Like, the things are gonna happen, and you have to be ready for it. You have to be prepared. You need to have the mindset, the courage, the strength, and that is sort of what I see in the mindset that you're sort of presenting to me. But yeah, and so kind of the point what I was kind of saying is like, music can be used in good or bad, like a tool, like anything.
Yes.
But like in your case, I definitely would see it as good because you're finding out artists that some people may not know, that are independent, that are
Yes.
speaking the truth. And I think that makes a big difference, does it not? Like
Yes.
there's music that is put in certain frequencies, like 440 hertz versus 432, and people are finding out there's connections in what the music is actually doing to people. And if that's the case, then, well, not all music is so equal. We got to be very careful, I think, with sometimes what choices we make with music, not just with food, with people and other things.
mostly because people are really have a very short vision and perception about music.
Yeah.
Like if I'm listening to Satanist music. Okay, I like black metal, and there's a band called Gargaroth. These people are awesome. Okay, the music that they play, it sounds like classical. There's a beautiful poesy behind. It's beautiful. It's beautiful music, but I mean, depends on what ears to listen to it, because my wife cannot stand this shit.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, and I think it depends, right, like you said, on where an individual is within their
Yes.
life, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I think
Yep.
it really says a lot about shadow work, because I see a lot in the New Age community is that they put the shadow into a not obviously the shadow in it it leans towards a negative perception, but the shadow exists within every human for a reason, and it creates a polarity that's there for a reason.
Yep.
And something like acknowledging the the enjoyment out of something like doom metal or heavy. I'm my guilty pleasure is just like, I mean, obviously I love metal. I grew up on, rock and roll and all that stuff, but gangster rap, like, I don't give a fuck. Gangster rap, like, that is just, I listen to it at a young age. And it's an amount of freedom. And when you let it be that, and you let yourself experience that, it's a part of you that sure, it might be lean towards the shadow, but there's a freedom in the shadow. It's like where free will runs amok, but it's still that free will. It's still like you're not a robot. You have both of these aspects of yourself, and I see a lot of people attributing the shadow to something scary and always dark, but the shadow is there for a reason. And I just see a relationship between this. Like, I don't know if you've ever listened to Mark's older stuff with his group Insanity, and I was listening to it and I was like, this is sick. Like, this is just the sickest shit. Like, I loved it. And I listened to that, but I mean, I think there's a letting go when you let yourself listen to that, and then there's when you go deep into that, and then there's a polarity. It reveals something different about the other end of that. The beauty, and it allows you to see deeper into the beauty and the love of things. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if that makes sense for you. What do you think about that?
The thing is, when you're into this kind of music, even rap and things like that can get very dark. There's a lot of dark stuff there. I think it's transmutation thing. Okay, I made peace with this part of myself because I was a Satanist too. Okay, before, so I made peace with myself with this part. I don't want to get rid of it. I tamed it. I decided, you don't have control over me. You're still useful. I'm gonna keep you because there's a good part that Mark Basso brings. Having the psychopath there, you have to have it. Okay,
Yeah.
If not, you're not gonna survive in this world. Okay, you have to be able to switch, and that's what I was talking earlier. when there's situation and there's context that needs to be brought. I'm not saying that metal will make you psychopath. It doesn't. It's not that. In my case, because I can always talk for myself. I can only just talking for myself. Uh, it's more of a frequency thing.
Yeah.
So I'm a highly intuitive person. Okay, I see through people. Okay, I'm like that because of shadow work. This is what it brought me. Intuition. So I can really be empathic with someone. I can put myself at his place and having a relation. I can see if this person one time and then never see him again, but I'm gonna grow up from it. And because once again, natural law, correspondence. People say, oh, negative people and toxic people. Sure, you have the choice to put them out of your life, but you have the choice to listen to them and observe them and then talk to them, and then later you let them go. Because you this is a frequency vibrational relation with people. You are expressing vibration, and then there's an exchange from the people. But if you are able to put a barrier between the two, and that's what empathic conversation and communication is all about. It's I'm able to understand you, but I'm not letting you inside. That's one of the big thing there. And we have this expression. We have a great example of that is if you go on Facebook. Facebook is the dumpster fire of all social medias, really.
Yeah.
People, there's no barrier there. They're behind their screens, behind their cell phone, and they're telling garbage to other people. They're insulting them, and this is projection. Projection is everything. When you have a relation with someone and this people treat you like shit because they are treating themselves like that, and it's not true that if I'm angry against you, if I'm frustrated against you, is because I have a problem. It's garbage. It's garbage.
Yeah.
This is a new age deception. That you're gonna get pounded. And can I add something? I made a video about that on the Libercast Facebook page. I stumbled upon these shadow workers. Okay, this guy is pretending that he's doing shadow work. Okay, I went to the Zoom meeting, and then the guy started to push collectivism. Oh, you want to do shadow work, and then we're gonna all be together to do it. No, it doesn't work that way.
It has to be individualized, like an individual with an individual, if anything.
It
one-on-one.
must.
Yeah.
It must. It's not. I'm not talking about having support. That's what we're talking earlier.
Right.
When you need to approach someone and have a conversation, like deep conversation with them. I'm not talking about that. They were like pushing the pajama party of shadow working. Okay. Everyone coming with their baggage and then talking their like emptying their bags, and you're gonna hear a lot of like,
Yeah, no confrontation.
and I'm the confronting guy. I'm the party pooper. Okay. I'm gonna go somewhere and on groups and post and things like that, and I'm gonna take a shit. If it doesn't make any sense, I'm gonna take a shit on it. And
Right.
people just need to do that.
I agree.
Okay, when people are saying nonsense, you have to say them that it's nonsense, even if they, oh no, you don't understand me, or I'm gonna block you or something like that. Just this guy who was doing his meeting, what I tell him, you're a fraud, man. You're a liar. I told him, because this is what we have to do. if when you're in the great work and you know objective morality, you're gonna detect it very fast. Moral relativism is everywhere because
Yeah.
people have this same mentality for themselves.
So, you mentioned like people kind of spilling their baggage, just, throwing it out there. I think that's on social media too. People write up all these long things and throw it out there,
Yes.
but they're not taking the time to sit there and confront themselves like a journal would. If you were
Validation.
to- because like I have a journal, right? And it doesn't go to anybody but myself. So what's the point of me writing it? For myself. I don't put it out for ego, for identity, for image, for validation, for attention. No. If I want somebody to know about something, I'll tell them in person, maybe, if I can, or I'll
Yes.
get a one-on-one conversation. But like you're saying, if you're getting a group of people together, what's going to come of that other than dependence of that group? Of just, oh, I'm ready to spill the beans like I do on social media, like I do on the phone, like I do, but you're not confronting your internal fears.
Yes, it's like it's gonna be a social jerking circle. This is
Yeah.
what's gonna be. And
Good point.
I usually when I'm talking about a social shadow work, I bring it from a very personal way. I say I, not you. And this is how people. It's the most easy way to get people to learn to listen to you. It's you talking. I did that. It has these consequences in my life. There's the good stuff. There's the bad stuff. But you're bringing them the experience. You're coming with a book and you tell them that's the fucking truth. They will not listen to you.
Hmm.
It's like it's a very childish behavior. When you have to deal with children, you act like you're talking to children. You have to be straight to the point, no babbling. I get very bored when I'm listening to people talking because I'm not about all this cultural stuff. I reside in Quebec. Okay, so it's French mostly, but I'm not into the culture at all. I in the shadow work, this is where it got me to. I'm still living in it because I have a little job that I'm working, and I have my social life there. I have my friends and my family, but I'm a very introvert person. I can be with people and still be alone.
So, this is a great conversation. I appreciate having you. If you don't mind, I'll ask one last question. So, and of course, you can take this any direction you want. You can connect it to shadow work. This is a question I like to ask a lot of people, and connecting it to what you just said about yourself and mentioning your own personal experience, which I agree, like, will help people connect with you. And like, it's even proven in different studies that, if you have your name on different channels online, people are more attracted to it because it's an individual rather than some brand or some channel or whatever. So having that personal relationship, I agree, is really important. So you and I and other people have come across this thing called statism, and this is the belief in authority, belief that in collectivism, essentially, that we need somebody else to help fix our traumas, essentially, that we have to be dependent on them for fixing our traumas or our rights, our ownership. And so how long were you a statist, and how did you get out of that? Was it through Michael Tessarian, through the things that you mentioned?
Yes. Actually, I never voted. I'm an abolitionist since my teenage years. I've been always considering myself an anarchist,
Yeah.
because I've seen very soon in my life the illegitimacy and the violence and the coercion behind. I didn't understand the way I do now, for sure, but I was still seeing the crimes and the evil behind it. Statism, as such, has many faces. Okay, so shadow work counters that. Eventually, you're going to get out of the patterns. You're going to get out, you're going to take a step back from the culture. Because essentially, it's the temple that is important. It's your own temple. You're going to get distracted. You're going to make decisions that are going to change your life as like children. It may be it's gonna be maybe slow you down a little bit, but it's not running. We're not running. It's healing, and we have to be strong enough to stand with a statist, stand with a religionist, and having a conversation, human to human. And you have to have this conversation with yourself. Are you able to look at yourself in the mirror and having a conversation and tell yourself that you love yourself? Not a narcissist way of telling it. Put your hand in your heart, in over your heart, and tell yourself that you love yourself. I'm telling you, it's incredible, very empowering. And this compassion, we need to have it with people around us. Whatever the belief they have, whatever, we still, sure, there's a lot of evil people that you don't want to have, for sure. You keep the toxic people out of your life. But like I was saying, it's a symbiosis. It's the apophatic approach to life. You listen to people, they will tell you things, their experience, that are bad, that have made bad decision, and then you're not doing it. You don't have to take all the bad stuff. You don't have to take the anger when people are talking to you and they're angry, not necessarily onto you, but they're angry or frustrated or sad. It is a beautiful relation we have to have with ourselves for having to have a beautiful relation with the outer world, because it's still there. You're gonna have to confront it again and again and again, and life will test you. If you don't do the great work, the great work will slap you around. It's natural law, the consequentialism, cause and effect. You don't do nothing, you're gonna get shit from it. Just like that.
So would you say, like, we're naturally free and it's just a matter of that embrace, and the more we keep ourselves away from that freedom, the more it just slaps us in the face, and
Yes,
until we realize
if you go against yourself, prepare to have a hard ride. I'm telling you, because it's not government, daddy or mommy government that will bring you to this. They will probably cause you to have a spiritual awakening, in starting the spiritual path, but they're not the solution. The solution are inside. If you have problems, if you have great grief or sadness or depression, you have to make peace with yourself, because you're not gonna get over it. And it's not taking pills that would get you over it, for sure.
Right.
For sure. You have to have the will and the care to get through it. And I have bruise and bleeding a little bit. I'm speaking metaphorically here, but you're gonna get bruised a lot.
Thank you very much for joining us and sharing all this knowledge. It's been very great. We haven't had anybody go deep into this part of shadow work, which is so essential, of just evaluating yourself. So thank you for sharing that. I like talking about music and nature. These things fit my alley. I think it fits a lot of people's alleys on purpose, because it's reflective. It's interesting how Aaron listens to rap, you listen to metal, and I listen to, like, Aaron would look at my music and he'd be like, this is, like, too peaceful. This is too, like, soft. But, like, I listen to all sorts of different things, and I think it does depend on the mood, and I do think it depends on the reflective nature of things, because sometimes I listen to trip hop and I didn't realize how dark it is. It really, in its old roots of 90s, it's like really dark music, but I liked it. Like the old fashioned rock of the 90s was also really dark. So in the 80s were upbeat. The 2000s were like kind of fun, but like you had different environments, and some of that comes back with individuals. So I appreciate you for sharing all of that. I think people can kind of relate to a lot of that, and I hope they look into your work. You're called, you have a channel called the Libercast, right?
Yes.
The Libercast. They can just look up the Libercast on.
Yes, it's on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey. I decided to put them there for backup. So yes, there's a lot of subject that are covered there. Not only shadow work, but mostly it's about mind control and healing and exposing the truth mostly.
Great. Yeah. I recommend everybody check that out. That's Libercast, and your name is Fred Gingras, right?
C'est Gingras.
Oh God, I'm not going to say that.
Yes, French name. It's a French name. It's okay, man. No problem.
Yeah, but if anybody wants to check out any more speakers, such as yourself, and thank you very much for coming on, go to nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the end of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for watching. Take care, everybody.
If you were king.
So the world is a pretty messed up place. But just think how great it would be if you were in charge. If you were selected to be king of the...
Awesome. Sorry, I didn't pause the video in time. Next one is going to be an animation by Larkin Rose. So I hope you guys enjoyed that interview from Fred Gingras. And obviously it was very great for information with shadow work. And he was linking a website in the chat as well. I would recommend you guys check out. I'll link it again in case you guys didn't see it, but it's shadow-work-community. It's a little bit longer than that, so here it is. Here's the link for anybody who wants to learn a little bit more about shadow work. Again, this is personal work on yourself, and so a lot of resources with this, and there's other talks that go into internal methods as well. For example, Scott Gordon. That's going to be coming up very soon, actually. I think that might be tomorrow, or maybe the day after. But yes, there's a lot more to come when it comes to internal work. But I would definitely start off with looking at a lot of those works if you haven't already. Fred Gingras is a good place to start. And, you know, this can be anything. If you have some trauma or something you're still battling within yourself, it's very important that we address it. And so, hey DZ, hey man, you know, I conducted a poll on my channels like a couple days ago, and I was like, would you guys be okay if I played games? And I got like 90% yes. And then once I told them that there was actually a poll, the people that were probably sleeping on the job on the stream came back, and all the no's started to come in. I'm like, oh darn it. I was like, you guys sure you want me to play games when I'm having this whole event going on? DZ, I'll tell you this. I definitely will be streaming more in the future, but that's when I'll be playing games. I don't think right now, considering the fact I'm doing this whole huge event, but because, you know, everybody's pretty much here for the event type of stuff. But I know there's some people, when I say everybody, I'm not including you, so I mean, I gotta include you. You're like the best Twitch viewer, just, you know, not biased at all, but you actually use emotes and you're always hanging out, and you were here before a lot of people. Just saying. But nonetheless, we'll stream. I promise. Trust me. And you know what? I'll have a better space to do it. That's part of the huge part of the reason why I'm not. It's because I'm configuring things out with location. Let's just say that. And it's pretty important that I have a good location if I'm going to stream. You know what I mean? Yeah, the event is definitely more important because there's a lot going on for it. There's so many speakers. And then at the end, there'll be a huge round table. So you can ask any question you want. Like, if you completely did not watch the summit, DZ, you're going to be like, what's slavery? I mean, I would be down for it. I'd be like, we got DZ. He's asking a question. Whatever you want to ask, man. It's up to you. Wouldn't mind a silly question in there, too. Let's be honest. Make it a little bit fun. You know, talking about slavery is kind of a heavy topic. That's pretty tough. But this little animation really helps simplify a lot of things down. So I'm going to restart real quick because we only got 8 seconds in. This is called If You Were King. And in fact, the video is so old that I think it's called If You Were King.mp4. It's literally the title of the video. But nonetheless, it's a great video. So we're going to play the video. Again, this is by Larken Rose. A lot of his older videos seem like they lack quality on the visual side, but then they look beautiful because it's animation, so it's not like you need good quality. It's a cartoon. So anyways, this is great. If you haven't seen it, definitely recommend it. Let's get into it. And then after that, we're going to watch a huge historic history seminar. And it's going to be by Fabian Liberty, a fellow Twitch streamer, somebody who does a lot of great work on a bunch of different topics, but he put a lot of time and dedication into this history presentation. So that will come right after. Here we go. Larken Rose, If You Were King.
If you were king.
So the world is a pretty messed up place. But just think how great it would be if you were in charge. If you were selected to be king of the world. Just think of all the good you could do if you were given unlimited power to make things right. You would make the world a veritable utopia. You could feed the poor and house the homeless and defeat the wicked and protect the innocent. You could save the world. Everyone would love you and thank you. If you just had the power, you could make everything fair and just and safe. Well, no, you couldn't. You might try and you might mean well, but any great and noble plans you had would soon fall apart, and you would turn into a tyrant. This isn't because you're stupid or because you're a bad person. Even if you're quite intelligent and have the best of intentions, all your effort to use your power for good would be an absolute, complete, and utter failure. Why? Well, let's consider a few examples.
Agenda item number 1. Helping the poor.
Suppose, as a benevolent king, you decided to give lots of stuff to the needy, to help the poor. Surely that would be a noble thing to do and would make society better, wouldn't it? Well, no, and here's why. Whether it's a king, a congress, or anything else, government doesn't create any wealth. Any wealth it gives away, it first has to take from somebody else. As king, before you could give anything to the poor, you'd have to take it from someone else. But suppose that someone else didn't want to hand it over. Whether he just wants to keep it himself or wants to give it away by himself or thinks you do a bad job of it, if for any reason he didn't want to fund your plan, what would you do about it? If you're king, you don't just ask people nicely. Anyone can do that, but no one has to listen to them or cooperate. As king, you would be commanding people to fund your ideas. And those commands, if they're going to be any more than suggestions, will be backed by the threat of punishment for those who don't obey you. If some peasant doesn't think he can afford it, or doesn't trust you to spend it wisely, or just wants to keep his own money, what will you do about it? Just let it slide? Not if you want to have any power. If your subjects can ignore you without any consequences, then you have no power. So the peasant who wouldn't fund your plan must be punished and made an example of. Suddenly, you're not just benevolently giving stuff away, you're hurting people who don't want to do things your way. Whether you execute the peasant or imprison him or burn his house down or take some of his stuff, whatever, you'll be doing harm to him simply because he wouldn't let you take his money. Suddenly, being king isn't just about being caring and generous. It's not just about giving and helping. It's about controlling and punishing. It's about threatening and hurting people.
Agenda item number 2. Serving the common good.
Next, maybe you'd want to build public schools so your subjects' children could get a good education. And you'd build a big library and a public park and museums and zoos and a great road system and hospitals and all sorts of things that will benefit the people in general. And your people will love you for being so charitable and thoughtful. But again, how do you pay for it? Kings don't get castles and piles of gold by working hard. They get those things by taxing their subjects. Every penny you spend, whether you're spending it on yourself or on so-called public projects, you first have to take from your peasants. In reality, you're not giving them anything. You're merely spending their money for them. What if they wanted to spend it some other way? Well, if you let everyone spend his own money, you would have no power. Asking nicely won't do it. If some peasant wants to buy a bigger house instead of helping to pay for a library, or wants to buy more land or save for the future instead of chipping in for a public school, what will you do? If you do nothing and let him get away with that, all your power is gone. Again, to remain king, you have to punish those who won't fund your agenda. So not only are you merely buying the peasantry things with their own money, rather than giving them anything that actually belongs to you, but you're also threatening to cage or otherwise punish them if they resist your efforts to spend their money. You can loudly proclaim that it's for their own good and that your plan is better for the people as a whole, but if some of them don't see it that way, you're still going to have to send out your mercenaries to crush any dissenters.
Agenda item number 3, enforcing good choices.
So, trying to be a benevolent king by giving your subjects things that you bought with money you first stole from them turns out to be a lot less noble and less fun than you had expected. So you try a different approach. You decide to use your power and authority to make people live healthier lives. You require everyone to exercise for at least an hour a day and to eat a well-balanced diet. Undoubtedly, that would improve the health of many of your subjects. So how could they complain about that? What could be wrong with that? Well, what do you do if somebody disobeys? If some peasant won't eat his vegetables, what do you do about it? Ask nicely? Being in charge isn't about asking, it's about telling, it's about commanding. And a command isn't a command if there are no consequences for disobedience. So the non-compliant would have to be punished. Whether you take some of the peasant's money and call it a fine, or put him in prison, or have him publicly flogged, you will have to intentionally and publicly hurt him one way or another simply because he wouldn't follow your advice. If you ban smoking, or drinking, or using drugs, or eating too much candy, there have to be adverse consequences to any peasant who disobeys. No matter how good you think your suggested choices might be, you're going to have your mercenaries forcibly punish, in one way or another, those who refuse to make the choices you think they should make, the choices you tell them to make. As a result, suddenly you're not just a helpful leader, you're a vicious thug. Even if the choices you're forcing people to make are what they should be choosing on their own anyway. Suddenly your good intentions, when combined with the exercise of power, become acts of violence. And suddenly your victims, your subjects, don't seem all that appreciative anymore. In fact, they seem to resent you and your supposedly benevolent agenda. But maybe you can still find a way to use your power for good.
Agenda item number 4, protecting the innocent.
What if, instead of trying to coerce your subjects into making good choices, or funding useful projects, you stick to something more basic, just trying to protect the good people from any nasty crooks and thugs who might be living in your kingdom, which in this case is the entire planet. Surely there can't be anything wrong with that. If there is any way to use power for good, it has to be protecting the good from the wicked. So that's what you devote yourself to, confident that you'll finally make the world a better place as king. But again, your subjects don't have a choice about funding it. If they think your enforcers are abusive or corrupt, if they think your view of justice is skewed, if they don't think your protection services are worth the price, do you allow them to opt out? Not if you want to remain king. The mercenaries you hire, the prisons you build, the army you create with its war machines, not all of your peasants will want it or will agree with how it functions. Do you just say, I know best and it's for your own good, and then lock up those who don't pay? Do you force your version of justice and security on them, force them to pay for it and expect them to like it and thank you for it? To say that all you're doing is protecting people while you're sending armed thugs to collect payments from people who don't want your so-called protection makes you look more like the mafia than like a savior and protector. If some peasant wants to protect himself or wants to hire someone other than you and your goons to protect him, do you let him, or do you force him to fund your idea of justice and security? If a peasant doesn't like what your army does or how it does it, do you allow him to choose to not financially support your agenda? Again, retaining your power requires you to violently impose your agenda on your subjects, forcing them to fund it, crushing any resistance, and doing all of that in the name of defending them against thugs and thieves. And that's more than a little ironic. It's hard to feel noble and righteous, or even honest, while you're routinely committing aggression against people in the name of protecting them.
Agenda item number 5. Sit in your castle and do nothing.
Well, it seems your ambition of using your newfound unlimited power to fix the world hasn't turned out so well. You tried to do good stuff and be caring and compassionate, but everything just came out as threats and violence. Because after all, that's what law and government are. So in desperation, you decide to do nothing. You leave your subjects alone and you hide in your castle, sulking. But wait, how did you pay for the castle, and your guards, and all the luxuries you have? Even if you do away with most of it, whatever you end up with, are your subjects going to want to voluntarily pay for you to sit on your lazy butt while they deal with the challenges of reality on their own? Doubtful. So if you intend to continue in this life of luxury as king, you're still going to have to force your subjects to fund it. And that means even if you do nothing at all for the peasants, you're still going to need guards and an army and tax collectors just to remain king.
The punchline.
And that brings us to the final agenda item, the one you should have started with. When you were made king and appointed to be in charge of everything, you should have said no. When offered the opportunity to rule and command your fellow man, you should have turned it down. If given power over others, what you should have done with that power is nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because power via brute force cannot fix the world. Authoritarian control, whether wielded by a king or an elected government or a constitutional republic, cannot improve society. Why not? Because all such power by its very nature is nothing more than the ability to threaten people and hurt people. And whatever your intentions may be, you can't improve human society, you can't create peaceful civilization by threatening and hurting people. Shouldn't that be obvious, self-evident? Sadly, almost everyone has fallen for the utterly insane notion that the human race can be made more moral and more civilized by taking a few human beings and giving them permission to threaten and hurt, to forcibly rule and control everyone else. Such an idea is pure lunacy, no matter how popular it may be, and no matter how much rhetoric and how many excuses you pile on top of it. You can pontificate all you want about constitutions and elections, representative government, consent of the governed, and so on and so forth, but that won't change reality. And anyone who dares to objectively consider things for 5 minutes will see that the reality of the situation is this: authoritarian power, in any form, regardless of the goal or motives, is nothing more than the addition of more aggressive, immoral violence into society. It doesn't matter how many nice suits, fancy hats, grandiose buildings, and pompous rituals and ceremonies you use. Whether it comes from King You or a bunch of elected politicians, the power to rule is always and inherently diametrically opposed to the power of being human. Want to fix the world? Throw the crown away. Ignore politics. Don't threaten, attack, or rob your neighbor, and don't vote for anyone who offers to threaten, attack, or rob your neighbor on your behalf. Don't, by yourself or by way of those in power, try to force others to be what you wish they were, or force them to fund what you wish they would fund. Instead, try treating your neighbor as if he owns himself, because he does.
If you want a more thorough understanding of why the game called politics is always destructive and immoral, get a copy of The Most Dangerous Superstition,
Okie dokes.
available at Amazon.com.
Okie dokie. Good stuff. Again, that was an animation by Larkin Rose, and of course this book, The Most Dangerous Superstition, is a must-read for a lot of people who care about freedom and want to see that there's a belief system that basically controls all the operations of freedom. That book goes deep into that belief system through so many different perspectives, and every day I'm coming across, actual scientific experiments that are proving this belief system to be true as well. And I'll be continuing to document that as time moves on. I'm actually going to get together with a bunch of health practitioners and work on something like that. So it's going to be pretty darn awesome. Anyways, in other news, we're going to watch the next video, which is actually the last interview we have today, and that is with Fabian Liberty. But it's not just an interview, it's a seminar. And like I said before, it's a history seminar, so any of you who are history geeks, some of you may not be history geeks. This may not be up your alley if you're not into history. But if you are into history, especially history that is untold, then this will be something that you would want to watch. Of course, you can always watch it on your own time, any time during day 10. Again, these are day 10 replays. Day 10 is extended into day 11. If you haven't signed up already, endofslavery.org is where you can find all the talks. And in case anybody from Fabian Liberty comes into the chat, DK, try to not start any arguments, or you know how it ends up. I ban everybody. No, I ban people who like to cause fights with each other. But if you're innocent and you're not inciting a fight, or you want to take it to the DMs, you're welcome to do that. You're welcome to take the fight to the DMs if you have a debate or you want to say something or whatever. I encourage discourse, but I just don't encourage fighting, especially if it's taking away from the content. So that's, as a content creator on my own channel, I have to have some sort of sense of moderation. And so just figured to put that out there, DK, in case anybody comes in here, because I know you said you were on the mic with them. But, of course, always ask questions, be as polite as possible. There's always going to be disagreements in every community. It doesn't matter where you go, It doesn't matter, who you talk to. It's just a matter of accepting it, coming to understand. It's like, these are the differences. Do we understand the differences? Okay, cool. But, yeah, so I did message some people from their Discord and such, and maybe they'll hop into the stream. But you guys who are history nerds, feel free to watch. Here we go.
Hello, this is Corey Angelot. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I am here with two people who have welcomed me very much well in the streaming community, and their names is Fabian Liberty, Mark and Scott. They are a variety streaming duo on twitch.tv/Fabian Liberty. That's FABIAN Liberty, and they're the largest political ANCAP Twitch streamers. If you don't know what ANCAP means, it means anarcho-capitalism. I said that on purpose. Mark is an anarcho-capitalist combat veteran who enjoys discussing philosophy, futuristic possibilities, and the occasional shameless anime reference. Scott is an overeducated and underpaid father of two who loves to discuss psychology, sociology, and data. They welcome plenty of debates and often cover issues of all different kinds. They are also on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitter. So today we're going to go a little bit into how the Civil War and the history of slavery might be something worth looking at, something that we may have not considered, something we might have not been taught enough about in our school system. So how do we introduce this to our audience in the fight to end slavery, and how maybe it can be contradictive at times or counterintuitive?
Well, before I answer that question, I just want to say that I am learning how much we need to update our old bios on Twitch. It sounds so old now. Oh
yeah,
man.
I forgot to do that when I updated the YouTube recently.
Yeah, it's more serial killer references and cult references these days than it is anime references, to be honest. But yeah, I picked this topic, well, one, because I know a lot about it. I grew up in Virginia, in Richmond, Virginia, which is the capital of the Confederacy. I took a couple college classes on it. Great book here. Everyone should read. This is McPherson's battle cry of freedom, widely regarded as one of the best kind of extensive looks in the Civil War. But the main thing is that there are a lot of untold stories about the Civil War. And there's a lot of ideology that has been mixed up with what has been known as the Lost Cause movement. And because of this, we don't really see the dangers and the threat and the way that American politics, government, economies, changed before and after the Civil War, and how horrible it was. Instead, we've been fed this narrative of a war to bring the nation together and to end slavery. And it kind of has a nice little bow wrapped on it. But that retelling of history and not really understanding what occurred and the ways many of our rights were taken away, I think does a great disservice to our understanding of history, to our current understandings of governance, the economy, but also, the way propaganda works from the state onto us. And don't worry, there will be an entire apology section. I am not here to fly the rebel flag behind me and say, shoot doggy in any type of way. But there's a lot that needs to be told.
Yeah, I see. So when we talk about the Civil War, you're saying that a lot of people, do associate it with positive things like, oh, it's the end of slavery, and Abraham Lincoln, helped contribute to that end of slavery. But
oh, yes.
Is that really the case? How much was he involved? I mean, there was a whole other movement involved called the abolitionists who kind of started this whole debate, right? They had newspapers and they were educating people about things. And there was a lot of people who probably didn't want the war, just like nowadays, a lot of people don't really want war. So, I mean, how did this whole thing get started? Why did they get into this mess? For ending slavery? And if anything, chattel slavery is still not over in today's world, right? It's just not as aggregate anymore as it was back then.
Well, economic slavery and, political slavery and many other forms of slavery are still here. Obviously ending chattel slavery was a good thing, right? I mean, like, no one is really going to argue, I don't think, these days, unless, you're on kiwi farms or something, that, that was a negative outcome from the Civil War. But, oh man, there's so much to tell in a structured way that I don't know where to start other than the presentation itself.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, we got into this. Looking at the war as an abolitionist movement is already kind of problematic and inappropriate.
Right.
The war had nothing to do with abolition. The North was exceedingly racist. I mean, for instance, 7 northern states did not want to ratify the 13th Amendment. New York did, but intentionally made it to where black men could vote only if they held property. The states that did ratify the 13th Amendment had exceedingly low black population. They were incredibly racist. Abraham Lincoln, for example, wanted to expel blacks out of Kansas because he didn't believe in race mixing. And in his inaugural address, he said that he would, if he could find a way to preserve the institution of slavery and the Union, that he would do so in a heartbeat. I'm paraphrasing there. But you know what I mean? So the idea of abolition of, like, William Lloyd Garrison and Frederick Douglass and, as part of a movement of the Republican Party, what they really was they were a small radical faction within the Republican Party that wanted to preserve free white labor, that didn't want, because of a lot of economic issues, that didn't want slavery extending into the West, because they thought that it would conflict with free white labor, is the arguments they made. But I think if you start to dig, you'll really begin to realize that the real argument there was other racists in the North wanted to protect the railroad industry, wanted to protect the banking institutions, wanted to protect industrial, kind of revolution that is occurring that they happen to own stock and money in. And that's what it really all came down to, was large amounts of greed and power. And they didn't care what happened to blacks.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned, like, Republican Party, because didn't they create their own political party as well called the Liberty Party at the time? It didn't last.
And they also, the Unionist Party as well.
Okay.
Which was a pro-war party that Lincoln basically started because the Republicans were losing.
Interesting. Yeah, and you said like a lot of things were done out of greed. Wasn't there also war reparations that were paid to slave owners to free their slaves? The government essentially was funding the slave masters to free their slaves, so it became less of a moral cause and became more of a legal cause.
There's a lot of funny money that we will get into in this for sure. There's
hey,
as the resident ANCAP here, Mark and I both. We do tend to look at economic factors more than other anarchists tend to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but, I mean, you always follow the money, and you get right to the root of who's causing all the problems.
This is honestly something we could talk about for months, right? So I'm going to try. I put this presentation together to try and condense what I think are the most important things. But again, I want everyone in the audience to recognize that there's a lot of bad data out of there. There's a lot of lost cause stuff out of there. There's a lot of ideological stuff, from Marxists and things like that want to rewrite history. There's a lot of rewriting and layering of history. And if you really want to understand this stuff, you kind of have to go to primary sources, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to try and understand, separate the fact from fiction. But I try to bring some of the most appalling, some of the most egregious, some of the most shocking, and some of the most important details. But I mean, hell, I took a college class just on Civil War battles alone.
Yeah, so and you guys both have done research on this, so thanks for sharing that book with us. If there's any other books that you want to share with the audience, feel free, so they can maybe look a little deeper into this. I don't know if the presentation has some of that.
There's a couple other books there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I would love to dive deep into this presentation and kind of go further into the end. We can share some of your journeys and how you guys got to where you are. I would love to get into that.
Yeah, Scott, to be honest, Scott did do most of this presentation on his own. I mean, I found some stuff for him to read and listen to, but he's the one who really put this together. This is kind of his baby that he's been slaving away on.
All right.
Yeah, so do you want me to just hop right into it?
All right, yeah, I'm ready.
All right. So for an abolitionist conference, I, of course, chose the least controversial subtitle you could possibly find for the Civil War, which is How the Fight for Abolitionism is a Myth. And I think we've kind of covered that to a certain degree. So I just want to kind of get through it. There's a lot of stuff here, and then we can kind of have a conversation afterwards. Mm-hmm. So the first thing I want to do is, and feel free to interrupt me if you have questions or you want me to clarify something. The Apologia. First and foremost, there are no good guys in the Civil War. It's war. War is not pretty. It's not fun. It's not good. There's no moral action to aggression or violence, however you define it, against other people that's unjustified. The only people that I can really think of, as I mentioned earlier, would be Frederick Douglass and William Lloyd Garrison, as well as some other minor abolitionists at the time. But they're not really deeply involved, with the exception of Frederick Douglass, in any way in the war. Frederick Douglass, of course, worked to try and get the Emancipation Proclamation. He worked lobbying before the term lobbying existed. We'll get into that. But he worked with President Lincoln, begging to allow black troops to fight. And eventually he took him up on that and took him up on, was convinced in the Emancipation Proclamation for ideological reasons, making it about slavery. But an ideological victory nonetheless against chattel slavery is still a victory. The other thing I want to say, which we mentioned earlier, Lincoln's inaugural address. Lincoln was not concerned with freeing the slaves. That was not the point of the Civil War. It was not the justification for the Civil War until the Emancipation Proclamation. And even then, it was an ideological one. He wanted to preserve the Union, as he put it. I can only guess at his motivations. And it seems that he was, for the most part, sincere, though he was a very deeply evil person once we really begin to look into him. But it seems that the idea of the Republicans coming in was to preserve the Union. Now, the Southern propaganda on slavery. This is a really important thing to discuss. The South was made up predominantly of sharecroppers and poor people. It was a very few of the landed gentry that actually owned slaves. Now, when you look into this, there lies, again, on both sides of this story. The Lost Cause will tell you that, only 1% of individuals own slaves. When the fact of the matter is that they do this by kind of sneakily not recognizing that females didn't really own property the same way they do today, right? So 1% magically kind of becomes 2%. And they also don't mention that people, at the upper echelons of society, like, what little of a middle class there was, rented slaves. And so while, you will hear often that, it was only 1% or 2% of people that owned slaves, the institution of slavery was a major part of the Southern economy and a part of the culture. You also have this thing known as Herrenvolk democracy, which is a sociological term that basically states that people are able to accept their position, accept their own slavery to the state, if you will, so long as there's another group that is doing so much worse than them, and so long as they have this fantasy that can be sold to them, that they have the potentiality of reaching a status that other group can't have. So for whites in the South, even though they were very poor and working farms and kind of destitute in a lot of ways, at least they weren't blacks. At least they weren't the slaves. And if I work hard enough, maybe my children or my children's children can become that plantation owner. Now, when you see things like the King Cotton speech, or when you see the South Carolina's kind of like reasons declaration of secession, you'll see that there is a lot of talk of slavery. And so this is often used as justification that, well, obviously this was a war about slavery. This was all a war to end slavery. The South was so pro-slavery. It's actually almost darker than that. And the truth is while, yes, many of the aristocracy depended upon slavery, the economy depended upon slavery, and they were pro-slavery, it was used as a propaganda tool, both for the blacks, both for the whites in the North as well as the whites in the South. In the South, they were so deeply racist that they enjoyed the idea of the institution of slavery, though it wasn't really, it wasn't something that had any actual effect in their life. If you read letters from soldiers home, they don't talk about their quote property unquote. They don't talk about the slaves. They don't talk about racial issues in any way. It's about the war of northern aggression to them. It's about defending their home, defending their family, defending their state from these invaders that want to come in and force a certain way of life upon them. It's about honor and culture. Now, the other reason that this propaganda is so heavily entrenched in those documents is because the South knew in order to secede successfully without being totally trounced by the North, they needed the support of Copperheads. These are anti-war Democrats that were in the North. And in order to do this, they needed, as both the Copperheads and the Republicans, to fear the idea of a bunch of slaves coming up north. They didn't want those. They were vile racist people that didn't want blacks coming up north. Just as vile and, well, maybe not just as vile and racist as the Southerners, let's be honest. But there was that some of that racist propaganda was also in terms of getting support from the North, not just the South. But as we do this apologia, it's also really important that we state that the Civil War ended chattel slavery. There's no way around that. And that's a victory. That's a good thing. That's a moral good. And it is good that that occurred. Now, of course, we have the 1789 ratification of the Constitution, which in 1809 bans the transatlantic slave trade, and the secessions states that seceded, most of them were banning the transatlantic slave trade as well. So this is likely something that would have occurred anyways. The founding fathers had no idea that the cotton gin was going to be invented. They had no idea that the South was going to supply 80% of the world's cotton. They had no idea that this was going to revitalize slavery. And the institution itself is a very evil institution. If you read Frederick Douglass's autobiography, he has a section where he talks about being a house slave in Baltimore. And he remembers his initial introduction as the first slave in the household to his kind of his matron, the female of the household. And he laments how she became such an evil person over time, that she treated him much like an equal in the beginning, that she was very nice to him. And over time, the institution of slavery itself corrupted her mind into treating him like a worse person. And so that institution made her an evil slaver more than she was in the beginning, which I think is an interesting way to view it from someone that is an escaped slave and an abolitionist. It's a very small book. You should definitely read his autobiography. But with that, there is the apologies. Did you have anything you wanted to ask before we move on?
Yeah, so it's the institution you're saying, and by institution you kind of mean like it's a normalcy, like everybody is, because it was so normal at the time, everybody had the slaves, that sort of she was kind of brought in, and so it transformed her because of how normal it was and how necessary.
Yeah, he makes a really cool cool is a bad word here, but he makes a really good and interesting argument about how in Baltimore they had this weird culture, which was very different than southern slave states, where the better you treated your slaves, it was seen as a symbol of status in the society. Which I always like, it just stuck with me, such a weird thing. And they would talk about other slavers in the city that treated their slaves really poorly. And that was like a reflection of how low class they were, the slavers themselves. But he talks about that and the structure, but also just owning a slave, having the ability to command another human being to do whatever you want, and to treat them as property and to dehumanize them more and more over time. That action of the institution around them controlling them allowed them to corrupt their heart in a way.
Yeah. And remind us what apologia means on the slide. Is that
it's just the word for like a formal apology for an argument or statement. This is just me saying, hey, I'm about to say a lot of bad things about the North. I'm about to say a lot of the untold story. And look, I want to get this out of the way. I'm not some like Confederate guy down here, we're here to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the South did nothing wrong.
It's interesting, because slavery goes back way farther than America, right? It goes into other
For sure.
countries. And I mean, you look at Samaria. I mean, if you were working hard enough as a slave, you could achieve your freedom, but you still were asking for permission, essentially, to exercise your freedom. So it's quite interesting how that works. And there was a lot of law codes and at the time that was trying to tell people how to treat their slaves and if they do certain things. So it was interesting how much of society was just built around the slave system, how integral it was.
I think it's also important to recognize that the American colonies, the North American, United States colonies, British colonies, right? During the transatlantic slave trade, only took 4% of slaves. 96% of the rest of the slaves went elsewhere in the world, primarily in the islands and in South America. And yet, America became one of the largest slave empires in world history. And you have to ask yourself, how is that possible when the overwhelming majority of the slaves are going to South America? And it is the institution of slavery in America was unique. The chattel slavery system, the idea that slavery was automatically passed on to children based off of their mother's birth, not their father's, because there was a lot of rape that was occurring. And you couldn't have plantation owners raping their slaves and then those people claiming their freedom. The idea that we intentionally took women so that we could breed slaves, and that we force bred slaves, and that we took care of them in a way where in many other slave empires, they would work them to death and then simply get new slaves from war or capture. But instead, we took the idea that our slaves were going to be lifelong slaves, and we would breed them. We would force them together. We would use psychological tricks such as, the threat of separating families, but also keeping families intact. It was a particularly pernicious form of slavery that is in some ways better than other slave empires, but in some ways much, much worse.
And how did cotton production act when we got rid of slavery, right? Because we usually associate cotton fields and cotton plantations with slavery, or at least that's kind of how I was raised on thinking about slavery in the school system. How did cotton production, did it get better or did it get worse? I mean, how did our economy go?
So General Winfield Scott implemented what's known as the Anaconda Plan, This isn't actually in the slide, so I'm glad you asked. He implemented the Anaconda Plan. And the Anaconda Plan was basically 3 phases. Blockading the coast, taking the Mississippi to split, Texas and some of the more westward states kind of split and push in. And then, of course, full frontal assaults on Richmond, Virginia, because Richmond, Virginia was roughly 80% of the manufacturing power of the entirety of the Confederacy, right? If Richmond, Virginia falls, the Confederacy falls, period. But the big part was the blockade. It was actually a very successful blockade. And so before the Civil War, much of Europe was heavily dependent upon cotton. And once, even in the very beginning, only about a third of ships went through, and then more and more ports started shutting down. So it was exceedingly expensive for Europe to be able to purchase any cotton from America. And so they turned to India. Colonization in India has been kicking off, and they realized that they could grow cotton in India. So when the Civil War ends, there's a lot of leftover cotton that gets confiscated. We'll talk about that a little bit, but cotton production doesn't have to meet nowhere near the same demand because there's no longer such a large need of supply of cotton because there's not as much demand from Europe for American cotton. And of course, the South was so devastated, poor white sharecroppers and many blacks that didn't, have that great diaspora towards the North, were working, poverty wages of extreme poverty in the South, basically doing the same thing for the same landowners that were there before, except for those whose plantations were burned down or those who died.
Yeah. Wow.
And then also working for carpetbaggers.
Yeah, this is crazy. Let's keep going with this presentation because I'm interested to see now how we're gonna look at this North versus South situation.
Yeah. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was the modern Confederate. There is an interesting thing. I grew up in Richmond, Virginia. Like I said, it was the capital of the Confederacy, and I remember hearing school and hearing all about how the Civil War, it was fought to end slavery. The South just wanted their slaves. And I was propagandized to a certain extent that anybody that had a Confederate flag was a vile racist that hated black people. And at the same time, I also grew up, because I grew up in the 90s. I also grew up with my dad had taken me to a couple of events on Robert E. Lee Day, right? Would take me out of school to celebrate Robert E. Lee at Monument Avenue, which was recently taken down. I saw Civil War reenactments and I met a lot of these people and they didn't seem like vile racists. And so I had this weird internal conflict, and my grandfather was really into it and he collected these things. And so I got the lost cause kind of situation. And I got it was about states' rights. It was about taxes. And, at the time, I kind of sided with the state propaganda for the most part, but there was always the fingernail of God, that itch in the back of your mind. That's something doesn't quite add up here. And so that was kind of my early experience as a kid, going to some of these events. I remember one time, and it always stuck with me. I think I walked up. I was a young child, and I walked up to a reenactor at the Monument Avenue on Robert E. Lee Day. And I walked up to this guy, and I told him, "You're too fat to be a Confederate soldier." and he looked at me, and I was like, I couldn't have been 7 or 8 years old, maybe 9. And he looks at me and he gives me the pinky, and I was like, "What?" And he goes, "I give you the feather because you don't deserve the bird." And we all kind of laughed, and that was his way of talking trash. But I remember this thing is these are these vile, evil people. Is it because I'm white that they're so nice to me? This just doesn't add up,
Interesting.
And so that's kind of what I want to talk about, the lost cause, which is this weird kind of history of, where the South directly after the Civil War and again in the 1950s with the civil and into the civil rights movement tried to rewrite history. They tried to make it about honor, about history, about culture, about preserving their way of life that had nothing to do with slavery. But the problem with that is that some of those things kind of are true, as we'll get into. Some of those things aren't so much true. And after the civil rights movement, history professors and historians and academia really took a wild turn. and propagandized this war so much more than was necessary to correct for some of the mythos of the lost cause. And so now when you think of Confederates, when you think of the Confederate flag, it's that mass shooter, Dylan, that shot up a black church. It's a bunch of vile racists. It's these horrible people that dislike black people. But the fact of the matter is that to many of these people, these statues and the flag, if you're in the Deep South, they don't call it the Confederate battle flag. They don't call it even the Confederate flag most of the time. They call it the rebel flag. And there's a reason they call it the rebel flag, because to them, the Confederate flag is not a symbol of racism. Obviously, some of those people are indeed racist. And for some people, it is a symbol of racism. There's no doubt about it. But for most of the South, the Confederate flag is a statement of Southern pride, a statement for their way of life and their culture. And it's also about being a rebel, being an outlaw, getting away from the government, fighting the state. And that's what those statues are. Now, originally, those statues most of them were built during the Spanish-American War in 1898, after the South started to kind of like get some of its pride and the North stopped treating them so poorly. They were monuments to the fallen, which, I'll get into it again, but yeah, actually I'll save that for later. But they were monuments to the fallen, but over time they became symbols of fighting back against the state, about states' rights, about going against the government, about government authoritarianism, about being a natural outlaw, like I'm going to do what I want. It became tied to you saw that famous show Dukes of Hazzard, right? Just a couple of good old boys, right? And they had that Confederate flag. The symbol there was like, yeah, F the cops, F the state, F these power structures that want to tell me what to do. Like, we're good old Southern boys. We're salt of the earth. We have a different culture. And yeah, so that's mostly what this slide is about. And the next slide, we'll get into the lost cause a little more. But
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, is there a modern union? Or is that the current government that we're in?
Yeah, I don't know if I could answer that question effectively without like a cheeky response. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's interesting. I think most people just use the flag as usually a form of history, or they have their own uses of it. It's like anything, though. People take things different ways, and some people use it in the historic sense, other people use it for some other symbol, and if it gets associated, like you said, with certain actions over and over again, then unfortunately we'll have a bad reputation, but that's
I mean, there is something weird, I would say, especially to this clash, that, well, if the flag has been propagandized enough to be all about slavery and racism, like, it is a little odd that you're flying that flag around other black people, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's certainly an element there of racism that I think you can't really divorce the two from. But there's these conflicting values in that flag, and only kind of one side of that story gets told.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of like, maybe this is a bad example, but using a Nazi flag, to protest Germany. It's like, well, that's maybe not the best way to protest Germany. It's like,
yeah,
there might
maybe
be
not.
a better
maybe
way
not.
to protest, rather than using some old historic flag that everybody, it's already been done with. It's already been done. If you're going to try to create something new, well, why not bring something new into the situation? Make it clear what it is you stand for. If there's going to be some stigma and some, cloudedness around the use of the symbol, maybe it'd be time to make something else, or make it more clear. So
yeah, but for a lot of older Southerners, they feel a constant threat and attack on their way of life to this day.
It's up to
they
them,
feel right. They, and so, this isn't about creating something new, some new image of the South.
Mm-hmm.
This is about trying to hold on to some of that honor culture. Because we've moved into a dignity culture. This is about trying to remain defiant and not give in. Right. That's the whole point of the rebel flag and the rebel yell, and so it's a tough choice.
We're not making a justification. We're just saying, like, here's a case of scenario where it could be used. And some people are not using it for the same purpose as the media.
I would say most.
Yeah.
If you've ever really gotten to know the people in the Deep South, I would say most don't view it that way. But you can never really know people's intentions. You can really only know them by their actions and what they say. And the action of flying a Confederate flag is a little bit sus.
So what is it that we're going to go into now?
The lost cause. I want to talk a little bit about the lost cause. I've already kind of mostly covered it by the bullet points before. But again, we'll just kind of reiterate some of the things of the Lost Cause.
Sure.
After losing the war, there was a massive ideological push by the North to paint the South as vile racists that hated black people, that were horrible, that were monsters, and that fought to protect the institution of slavery, which in some ways is an ideological victory for abolitionists in the North, right? Because it pushes this idea that slavery is a moral evil, as opposed to just the economic justifications that were kind of there in the beginning of the war. But the problem is that it was laying the blame at the South and at the Southern people, and it was rewriting the history. And what it was leaving out is a lot of things we're going to talk about that get wrapped up into the Lost Cause. Now, if you look up the Lost Cause, you'll see Southern Poverty Law Center talking about how ideas about tariffs or states' rights are all lies told by white supremacists. And so the truth of the anti-government and the anti-federal government and the anti-free market nature of the North and the corrupt fascism that was the Northern Union that they were trying to enforce on the entirety of America gets swept away with this pretty little bow that we've taught. And so in some ways, the Lost Cause is a myth. There was very few people that were looking to protect their dignity or their way of life. I mean, those were some of the propagandistic elements that, the rich, wealthy elite told them that they're coming for your way of life. But some of the things about tariffs and about taxes and about, industry and corruption, they're very, very true. And we'll get into those later.
Okay.
But the problem is they're all kind of wrapped up. And so when you hear the Lost Cause, McPherson himself talks about the Lost Cause. A lot of people do, but it has become in this modern day, especially with the civil rights movement, and especially in the last 10 years where, racial issues and tension have become a big part of academia, that have swept away much of the accurate history of the Civil War and instead focused on racial tensions and issues. The other thing that I want to say before we talk about the economics is that slavery and the economy are hand in hand. The institution of slavery and the Southern economy cannot be decoupled. And what you will see is a lot of propaganda from academia today and historians, as well as the North's propaganda, that make it all about slavery. And you'll see some propaganda from the South that make it all about economics and states' rights. The fact of the matter is the truth is both are true, right? That the Southern economy is dependent upon slavery. But also, there are a lot of attacks on the economic structure that were foisted on to the South over and over and over again. From the 1820s, the 1810s, the North was a corrupt fascist organization that was directly attacking the economy and the lives of the South and forcing them into poverty. For 40, 50 years, they put up with this until the Morrill Tariff was the last straw. Well, technically, the election of Republicans was the last straw, but they knew what was coming, which was the Morrill Tariff. The North was not abolitionist. I cannot stress this enough. The Republican Party was not an abolitionist party. It was a party that was vile and racist and had a different economic structure that was not based upon slavery primarily, and they wanted to protect that economic structure. Some of the first unions that were ever created in the United States of America were created because of racist organizations in New York that refused to hire blacks. That's the very beginning of some of the unions. We like to think of it as like the Wobblies and the Wildcat riots and the miners in the 1890s, but no, it started in the 1860s and 1870s. With free blacks in the North attempting to find work and it being impossible for them to do so because they couldn't find a single employer. It's also important, I think we already stressed this, both of these last two bullet points kind of just in general conversation before, but, the North denied voting rights over and over again. That the northern states that had a large black population did not want to ratify the 13th Amendment. They were a vile and racist system, but also it's important to understand that while this war may not have been about slavery ideologically from the North in the beginning, And while that might not have been the main justification, it was mostly economic factors and aggression and the loss of power in the Senate as well as the House of Representatives. All of those things were indeed tied to slavery.
And wasn't there a lot of sexism too, right? Technically, because women didn't have, like you said before, as much rights as men. And I remember reading a lot of abolitionist writings, and there were a lot of activists at the time talking about free love, free land, all sorts of different things connected to slavery that maybe came as a result or had to do with chattel slavery.
Absolutely. I mean, Frederick Douglass was a prominent feminist. Well, you would say suffragist, right? But early feminist, right? I mean, he went to a lot of conferences, and he's even quoted in I can't remember is it Wichita Falls? I can't remember the name of the big suffragette conference.
I think it was Wichita.
I want to say it's Wichita Falls, but I'm going off of memory here, not off of the slides or anything. But he was quoted in something that you hear today, right? Which is this idea of stand ground epistemology that you hear from like the Marxists, right? This idea that like, yeah, it's time for women to speak, but at least then it was fucking true, right? It was true that women had very little voice and power. They had family power, obviously. They had purchasing power. They had some form of legislative power in the way that they convinced men to do things. But yeah, the early kind of feminist inklings in American history were deeply tied with abolitionists.
It was
Seneca Falls.
Seneca Falls. Thank you. It wasn't Wichita Falls. Thank you, Seneca Falls.
It sounds to me a little bit like it's kind of hard to title people as well because you have Republicans who are feminists, and then you have Northerners who are racist, who were yet supposed to end slavery. Like, it's really hard to put a label on these people. And then we have a lot of anarchists who were abolitionists back then in that time period, and a lot of them are called utilitarianists and socialists, and yet
Lysander Spooner, for example.
Yeah, and yet, what did they want? They just wanted to end slavery. They just wanted to teach some simple morals, and they get grouped into these different ideologies. Does that even accurately represent what they actually believed or what they actually did?
I mean, I'm a pretty hardcore individualist, and I'm sure you are as well. We use these categories for ease of trying to understand, right? None of us were alive back then. Obviously, we have primary source documents, and it's one of the first wars that was ever photographed, right? Which really shows the bloody nature of it. I didn't put those photos in this per se, but if you want to look, it was the first kind of awakening to that. So we do have photographs, we do have primary source documents and letters and things like that. But at a certain time, you have to try and categorize similar movements and ideas into categories in order to try and make any sense of this and do the best that you can to try not to bias it.
Yeah, I was just saying, it sounds like so far it's really hard. Like, we see the North already is contradicting what we are told the North is about, or Abraham Lincoln, what we're told is about him. We might be lied to. We might not even understand what they really did. So I just think
and you've got Democrats and you've got Copperheads and you've got you've got Northern Democrats that weren't Copperheads. You've got Republicans. You also have the Radical Republicans, which was a caucus within the Republicans that were not so much abolitionists as they were people that deeply wanted to punish the South. Thaddeus Stevens being the most prominent example, that wanted to punish and hurt and harm, and for whatever reason, deeply hated the South and were very pro-war. And yet they were the closest things to abolitionists, because any moral argument that they could make to attack and harm and maim, dismember, and burn the South was an argument that they were willing to make. But they were corrupt, corporatist, greedy, pro-war people, and yet they were some of the closest things to abolitionists at the time. It's a very confusing morally.
It is a little confusing to me, because a lot of the reading I did on the abolitionists, a lot of them were also pacifist, and they used religious or arguments for morality.
The Quakers. Definitely the Quakers, for sure. They were a big part of the abolitionist movement, and they were pacifists.
The New England Non-Resistance Society, Non-Resistance, they had a whole newspaper about, do no harm, even like no self-defense either. They changed their mind on that later on. But at first
Good.
they were like, nobody should self-defend themselves against an aggression, and it was quite interesting having that stance. Lysander Spooner never had that stance to begin with. He was like, self-defense is always essential. So it was quite interesting how you saw clashes within the movements, and of course you would expect that in anything. But I don't, it's really hard, I think, to kind of categorize them as one people, and at least they can come together and say, slavery was wrong. It was just how did they put that into the world, and how they go about doing that. Maybe it's similar to the anarchists, and how they fight over different factions within. And some people think they think radically different from others, but yet they're all kind of, heading in the same direction with anti-state, anti-statism.
Well, if these things have piqued your interest, you are in for a world of hurt, because we're about to get into the nitty gritty, and
All right,
I'm
let's
going
go.
to say some things that you are likely going to doubt.
All right.
But I promise that this is. So let's begin first with the tariffs.
Oh boy.
Now, before the moral tariff of 1861, the South paid 87% of all taxes in the United States. I'm going to repeat that: 87% of all taxes, despite making up less than a third of the population.
Darn.
Okay. From moving up to 1816, tariff sat at around 15%. Now, in order to pay for the war for 1812, there was supposed to be a temporary tariff, which was the tariff of 1816. But as we all know, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. So, of course, they stayed at roughly 20%. So we had this encroaching as the South began to lose power in the House of Representatives because of population. They were unable to defend themselves against these tariffs. Okay. Now, this is where it really starts to get interesting, where we understand this process of slavery and free white slaves as new states come in. The Missouri Compromise, right? And things of that nature, is because if the South loses the Senate and is unable to maintain any position in the Senate, they have no protection whatsoever from the North that is making them pay almost 90% of all of the taxes in America. So this back and forth about whether or not a new state will be a slave state is in many ways an economic state, because a slave state is one that mass produces raw materials, and those raw materials are sold to Europe. And so as the tariffs occur, what is occurring is that the North is trying to sell goods and services, and high tariffs benefit them because now they can outcompete the goods. Sorry, I don't know why I said services. The goods that are shipped from Europe, they can now sell them cheaper to the South. But the problem is that once you have a tariff, well, Europe responds by having their own tariff, which makes it more and more expensive in order to sell those raw materials to Europe. And so you have this constant fight where the North is trying to industrialize and the South isn't, because of a slavery-based economy. And so the tariffs are overwhelmingly disproportionately affecting the South. But you have the tariff of 1828. And then you had an even worse tariff that was proposed in 1832, but eventually they came to a tariff that was a compromise at 1833, which normalized tariffs at around 22-24%. That certain products don't come into the tariff estimation just yet. Now, in 1842, the North really begins an entirely new economic philosophy. Northern corrupt politicians that own stock in railway companies and own ironworks companies and own textile factories want tariffs bad. They want to engage in a mercantilist system. And the South is fighting for laissez-faire capitalism. They are fighting for free trade. They are fighting for no tariffs and no taxes as much as possible. And it gets really bad in 1842. There is a 40% tariff. So imagine a 40% right off the top tax for everything that you're trying to do with your economy. Jeez. Forcing you to buy goods from the North, making it exceedingly expensive to buy anything from Europe, and everything you sell gets taxed at 40% because they respond with their own similar tariffs. Now, after the Walker tariff, after 1842, what you begin to have is economic prosperity in America. Industrialization is kind of working, part of that because of economic protectionism. But you also have the beginning of the gold rush, especially in the early 1850s. And because of some of the compromises and because of some of the political power and because of some of the economic prosperity, and because the Whig Party is starting to collapse and lose relevancy, what you see is the Democrats, which are mostly in the South, obviously Martin Van Buren, creating the Democrats, use certain economic positions to have Northern Democrats as well. But the South is more heavily Democrat. You start to see Democrats get enough power to rail this back a little bit. So in 1846, you have the Walker tariffs, which cut tariffs back. And in 1857, at the peak of like the gold rush, right, you have the tariff of 1857, which brings it back down to 15 to 24%, depending on the port and where you are. Now, that is still an insane tax to anyone listening. I mean, can you imagine any goods that you're trying to sell or that you're trying to purchase from outside being taxed at a fifth or a quarter of the price, going straight to the government? Well, this was the super low taxes.
Yeah, no wonder.
Now,
why
the last tariff, right. Now, we have to talk about the Panic of 1857, which we will talk about in the next slide. But just for the sake of organization, in 1860, when secession talks start happening, the South realizes that the Republicans have completely swept the House and the Senate, and that they have no power to stop impending tariffs after the Panic of 1857. There is a lot of propaganda that is saying the South did this. Republicans are saying that the economic collapse is all the South's fault because the tariffs weren't high enough. And it's the Democrats' fault for not having high enough tariffs. We need to return to 40, 50% tariffs. And one of the biggest people that was a proponent of this was someone that was an extreme mercantilist known as Henry Charles Carey. He was an economic advisor to President Lincoln. And he was one of the people pushing harder than anybody that we have got to have massive tariffs on the South. This is a major, major part to the secession and the beginning of the Civil War. And anyone that tries to say that this is lost cause propaganda need only look at these numbers and imagine what it would be like to have this fight back and forth for your economy and economic protectionism against a group of corrupt politicians that we're going to get into just how corrupt they were here in a minute. But a corrupt politicians that own stock in railway companies and ironwork facilities that are financially gaining by making the South pay nearly 90% of all of the taxes, saying we need more, 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 and we've got to tax the South more and more as the North is industrializing and the South is completely stagnant in its growth.
Yeah, well, listen, I just want to say this is very powerful. I want to go over time with this for sure, and I think we can take as much time as we need for this because nobody else is going to go over no one else is going over the history, and I think this is really essential that we do this and go deep like you're doing. I appreciate what you're doing right now with us and bring us through even the economics perspective. This is great. So we'll kind of tie in a lot of this toward the end. Please continue.
Yeah. Let me get to the Panic of 1857 because it plays a big role in this.
Yeah.
So in the 1850s, you had the gold rush. And as I explained, this allowed for the tariff of 1857, which was a reduction from the Walker tariff of, oh God, I forgot the year, 1846. Sorry. So this was a reduction in tariffs, right? And the gold rush was a big part of that. They had surplus money. They didn't need as much money. And so the arguments justifying high tariffs didn't really work on the voter base as much, right? If you have all this extra money, why do you have to keep increasing taxes? And so they had lowered taxes. And what was occurring during the gold rush was a lot of corruption of the state working with corporations. And in many times, the owners of those corporations were senators and congressmen up north. What you had was this phenomenon known as paper railroads. What was happening was that because there was so much money coming in from the gold rush and there was so much tax money coming in as well, banks were giving out loans to railroad companies, and I use big air quotes here, that had secured land to build railroads from the government, and then the government would then sell that land to someone else later. They would sell land very cheap to one individual so that they could get a large bank loan, to build a railroad, and then they would never build that railroad. They just use it as a justification to get large sums of money from banking institutions. And the state worked in this this shell game of moving around property for fake railroad companies so that people could get large amounts of money so they could invest it in whatever it was that they were doing. So you'd have ironworks places that wanted to upgrade their factory. They couldn't get a loan for that, but they could get really cheap property to build railroads and claim that they were a railroad company, go to the bank and they go, railroads? Oh, that's guaranteed money. Here's all your money. Just pay us back. Then they would use that money to invest in their companies, and some of them would collapse, but the banks were so flush with cash from the railroad and from the gold rush that it didn't matter. Well, that's a bubble waiting to happen. The SS Central America sinks in 1857. The SS Central America was a ship that was moving products around and was also moving gold from the gold rush. It had 30,000 pounds of gold on it. At the time, that was $56 million. In today's dollars, that's $1.9 trillion in gold that sank in the sea, killed over 400 people. It was the worst naval disaster that had ever occurred in American history, and it almost exclusively caused the Panic of 1857. And the reason is because it collapsed the Ohio Life Insurance and Trust Company, which was a major insurance company that was insuring a lot of this gold. Well, once that company crashes, and once $1.9 trillion of gold gets immediately deleted from the economy, and all of these people have debts that need to be paid with this missing gold, and they can't insure it because they don't have $1.9 trillion themselves to actually insure all of that gold. Well, the stock market crashes. People start to panic. It was also the first world economic panic because it affected the British market deeply.
They
and what
couldn't
the
get that gold back? I was just curious. I mean, I know
no, they couldn't. It was sunk at the bottom of the sea. They didn't, they didn't have submarines back then.
Okay.
We still don't have all that gold. I don't know that. I don't know that. I think someone may have supposedly found it or whatever, but like we haven't excavated it, and then people are doubting whether or not they actually found it. Like I tried to look up like where it is, and there's nothing substantive. But I could be wrong. Because people are out there looking for it because it's $1.9 trillion worth of gold. Wow. Now, what ended up happening in Britain is that they actually circumnavigated the Bank Charter Act of 1844, and they took themselves secretly off of a gold standard to try and inflate the currency to prevent a panic. Unfortunately, people found out about it. Journalists found out about it, and it was the press went wild. People then immediately did a run on the banks in England to try and get all their money out and get it in gold because they knew that there wasn't enough gold to actually back up their own currency. And so Britain's economy collapsed. It eventually recovered as well. But you have a world panic that is centered in America with $1.9 trillion in money missing, and with a stock market that's collapsing because insurance is collapsing and banking institutions are collapsing. Henry Charles Carey, who is an economist and an economic protectionist and a mercantilist, he writes a famous book. I can't remember the name of the book right now because I was dumb enough to not put it in the slide, but he writes a book blaming the South and low tariffs. And it is the Republicans begin to campaign not on freeing the slaves, not on free white labor as one of their biggest issues. They were campaigning on tariffs and on massive taxes on the South to bring about a betterment of the economy. And this is part of what scared the shit out of the South, because they knew massive taxes that they couldn't afford were coming, and they were being blamed for a panic that had nothing to do with them.
Wow. So can people reaffirm what you're saying here? Could they research this?
Absolutely.
On the slide?
You can even look up the Wikipedia article on the SS Central America. You can look up the Panic of 1857. You could look up the names of all of these tariffs. The Walker tariff, the Black tariff, the Morrill tariff. Now, the Morrill tariff is a special tariff that I didn't go into for whatever reason. The reason the Morrill tariff is special and may have led to other states seceding, though it seems like most of them kind of seceded before this, and the other states didn't secede until Fort Sumter, right? Which is once the North basically declared war on the South, Then they decided to secede because they knew they were next. It was not an ad valorem tariff, which is really important. Ad valorem tariffs, which is what all of the other tariffs were at the time, was a blanket tariff on everything. The moral tariff specifically targeted goods that were produced in the South. So they specifically said, oh, we're going to put a cotton tariff. We're going to put a tobacco tariff. We're going to put tariffs on these things, but we're not going to, let's say, do a wheat tariff because the northern economy depends upon wheat sales. So they would allow themselves to not have the same retaliation for selling food to Europe, but make sure that the tariffs disproportionately and deeply affected the South. And so if you look up the moral tariff, what you will see is that the moral tariff was a 37% tariff. But you got to dig in deeper than that because that's an average. It's an average of all of the tariffs. And some things were only a 20% tariff, and some things were as high as 80% tariffs.
Okay.
Specifically
All right, yeah.
cotton.
Thanks for sharing that with us. We can continue.
Yeah,
This is good.
it's terrifying. Yeah.
This is crazy. Oh, here we go.
So
Lincoln.
the hero Lincoln, the hero, the great emancipator. I'm sure abolitionists love the great emancipator that
Some.
finally ended slavery. Well, let's talk a little bit about some of the more, I picked out some of the more egregious and important things. First of all, he was a white separatist and a vile racist. He tried to get blacks removed from Kansas because he didn't believe that the races should mix and that the races would never get along. Though he wasn't the worst of the time. He wasn't like a Southern slave owner that thought that they were subhuman and that like thought you could beat and rape them whenever you wanted. But he was a white supremacist and he was a racist. Which is a weird thing to say nowadays. He was a white supremacist, but not one of the bad ones.
In this you can find in his writings, or
Yes, yeah, you can find tons of writing. I mean, you can just look at his inaugural address, right? Like he specifically stated that he that he would preserve the institution of slavery so long as he
Right.
preserved the Union.
Yeah.
But he also tried to send a lot of people to Liberia. He was one of those individuals that thought we should send them back to Africa. And in fact, he was going to finance another large shipment of blacks to Africa, 3 days after he was killed, assassinated, right? Like that was a big part of his plan, was trying to get people to voluntarily go back to Africa because they would be better off there, specifically Liberia. He also arrested over 300 journalists during the Civil War. Journalists that were anti-war or journalists that wrote pieces that were against the Unionist Party or claimed anything that he didn't like, he just put them in prison. This was something that he did to silence the media and try and win elections and try and, kind
Might
of
make
the
right.
lesser of two evils, right? Right. It's kind of like, the ends justify the means. These people are trying to stop us from preserving the Union, so we'll put them in rest. One of the most egregious things that I think Lincoln ever did, and you can look this up as well, is Copperhead Democrats staged protest events where they baked pies and cakes and tried to say that we're all Americans and that we should stop war. And what he did in one instance was he arrested them. He put them in Confederate uniforms, the men, and then he put them in chains and marched them through the streets as captured Confederates, and even took, I don't know that it was him specifically. We don't know that we don't have any evidence that he directly gave the order. But during this process, people were able to pay money to punch them.
Jeez.
All for the good old war propaganda.
Yeah.
Now, in the election of 1864, there's a lot of back and forth ideas of election fraud. This was the first time that we were using large-scale mail-in voting. And the soldiers, for whatever reason, at a time where the South, the first year and a half, up until almost 1863, was winning every single solitary battle. And then they were winning in the West, but there was this long, drawn-out conflict. It seemed like the war might never end. And he was running against McClellan, a general that got handily routed, by Lee. But regardless, this McClellan was running on a campaign of stopping the war. He just wanted to end this war, let the South be who the South is. We got to end this war.
Hmm.
And there was mail-in ballot system that the troops were using that required the signature of the troop, the signature of a witness, the signature of their officer, as well as the postman's signature when they picked it up. And that same postman was required to sign when they dropped him off at the next location. So there was deep signature of chain of custody, witnesses, and the officers. Now, he sent investigators out and was claiming that there was a ton of election fraud and that McClellan and the Copperheads and the Democrats were trying to cheat in the election. Now, he's running for the Unionist Party at the time because the Republicans were so unpopular that he knew that he would not likely win. So they created a new party, which was essentially a pro-war party, the Unionist Party. Now, this could be true, or it could be the other way around. What we do know is that there was troops and other people that were sent and a lot of investigations, and it slowed down and there wasn't that much voter turnout. And so it is suspicious, but it's kind of, we don't know who was really engaging in the election fraud here. What we do know after that is that Lincoln sent soldiers to the polls. He made sure that there were soldiers at polling stations, conveniently at polling stations that tend to vote Democrat. It is likely, if it was indeed Lincoln's people that were engaging in voter fraud in the mail-in ballots, and that if he hadn't sent in soldiers at the polls, it's very likely McClellan would have won the presidency. The war would have been over at that point, and we would have two Americas, quite literally. But that's not what happened. And we don't know, but we do know that there was definitely election interference and voter intimidation and possibly election fraud. Now, Fort Sumter, I think most people know the story of Fort Sumter. I don't want to go too detailed into the first battle of the Civil War, but Seward, who later developed the greenback, was his treasurer, was telling Lincoln, do not do this. What are you doing? There was Fort Sumter in Carolina is a federal base, and Lincoln is demanding that he be allowed to resupply a federal base in their land, saying that this is federal land and you don't get to do anything about it. Well, the South obviously couldn't let that happen, or that would mean that they were under the purview and the taxation of the federal government. They had just seceded. And they were even saying, look, we'll work out a deal to pay you for this land. He was rejecting deals to pay for the land and instead brought in troops to resupply Fort Sumter, which forced the South, of course, to fire on Fort Sumter. And thus we have the beginning of the Civil War. States like Virginia, for example, had not seceded yet. Many states had not entered into the Confederacy until Lincoln and the Union had already started a war. So, for example, if you want to say, well, Virginia was a southern state, it seceded so that it could protect slavery. It seceded because the North started a war in the Carolina and against other states and would have to go through their states in order to fight this war. Now, of course, there is some, obviously, you can never totally divorce any of these things in the economy from that issue. But it was a genius stroke by Lincoln if Lincoln wanted to preserve the Union. One of the other things that I find really interesting is that McClellan had a plan to win the Civil War, if necessary, years ago. And his plan was to go up the James River into Richmond and to use some of the new kind of submarine technology that they were developing, because this was the first time that we saw ironclads and the first time that we saw submarines. And the idea was that they were going to use submarines and ironclads to attempt to go up the James River ahead of their naval fleet and try and lock ships in place before a battle so that they could easily win and take Richmond, Virginia's port, and then move in to capture Richmond from there. Grant, the general in 1864, who eventually was the general that defeated Lee, both at Appomattox, at the Battle of Crater, in Petersburg, et cetera, Battle of Cold Harbor. We'll get into all those things. He wanted to go with this plan. He said, this is an amazing and ingenious plan. Lincoln refused to allow him to go with this plan because if he went with this plan, it would give too much credit to McClellan. And he said that he didn't care if he had to sacrifice more soldiers so long as he didn't lose his election. Now, you could say that he cared about preserving the Union so deeply that he didn't want McClellan to win at any cost because he needed to preserve the Union, but he certainly didn't care about those soldiers.
Yeah. Justifying violence, the state, which is not surprising.
Always.
I mean, it's kind of interesting. A lot of the themes you were talking about, I kind of just get flashbacks to nowadays and the way people take the political process and claims different things of different parties. I mean, we've been doing this for so long now. It's actually insane to me, how long we've gone on doing the same process. And it seems to me that Lincoln was involved with a lot more than even just this, but this is definitely a lot of it. I think, I know we talked about this perspective before, but he signed many different documents, claiming people as persons and legal texts. I mean, there was a lot of things going on behind the scenes that, like making the United States a corporation. And so it was just very interesting, these different perspectives I hear about people, about Abraham Lincoln. So
yeah, he's not a good actor. Great speechwriter though, and an amazing lawyer. We'll give him that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if being an amazing lawyer is necessarily high praise, but he was nevertheless.
So why do you go into why he dies or why he was killed? Do you have like a certain reason why you think? Is there any part of the narrative that we're told?
I don't. To be honest, I don't know.
Okay.
I think John Wilkes Booth was just an angry and deranged man. It was probably one of the worst things that could have happened for the South, because Lincoln, as evil as he was nowhere near as corrupt and evil as some of the Republicans that led during Reconstruction. And I think, one of the biggest factors is that Lincoln specifically believed that Southern soldiers deserved the pension fund. And they never received the pension fund under Reconstruction after his death, which we'll get into. But I want to try and speed this along a little bit because, it's there's a lot more to talk about. So I'll go a little bit faster. So the horrors of this war. I think it's important when we talk about war that we talk about how horrible war is in general and how bad this war was. Relative to today's numbers, it's 17.8 actually. Pardon me. Oh, I can't change it because it's PDF, but it's actually 17.8. Okay. If the South's numbers were relative to its current population, they lost 17.8 million people. That's how many people died in the Civil War in the South. That's not how many actually died, right?
Yeah.
It was quite a few hundred. It was a few 100,000, but you have to look at relative population, like percentile.
Like
if we were to go to Civil War today, and it was to be enacted in much the same way, it would mean 17 million people dying in the South, right? It's an insane amount. I mean, what is that, like 30 COVIDs?
I think so, yeah, roughly
30 COVIDs in the South alone.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be an insane amount of death.
Like compared to World War II, right? World War II, I think, was a lot more than that, but I mean, that's still
the highest in American history per capita.
Yeah.
More Americans died in the Civil War than any other war. Actually, more than all wars combined in all of American history, if you do it per capita.
Okay, wow.
This is the deadliest war in American history. But it was so long ago, and the numbers don't really make as much sense because of population growth since then. Prisoners of war. Both in the North and the South, prisoners of war were starved to death. In the South, in Andersonville, Georgia, 12,000 to 12,500 Union soldiers died, and they were starved to death. And they also died from typhoid fever and other conditions from, malnutrition and things like that. Now, the Confederacy first tried to do a prisoner exchange. Lincoln said no. Then the Confederacy said, well, we can't feed them. Will you please just take your soldiers back? And he said, no, I want it to be a burden on you. So he let these soldiers starve to death because the South's economy was in collapse and they couldn't feed them. They didn't have the ability to feed them. And he knew that this would strain the Southern economy more and hopefully bring an end to the war. But he let those prisoners of war die, despite the fact that they were trying to give them away for free. But in the North, especially in Chicago, many of them were also intentionally starved. The North economically had the means to feed them. Their businesses were thriving in Chicago. People were doing fine. There was not the same issues. I mean, the South towards the end of the war was doing so poorly because of the Anaconda Plan and the blockade, and the fact that all of the manufacturing was tied up in war manufacturing in Richmond, and also the fact that we had destroyed most of the railways, that we had cut them off from the Mississippi. Most of the ports were closed. Because of that strangulation in the South, they were hoping for battles just so that they could steal the shoes off of Union soldiers. I mean, it was that desperate. And despite that, they were starving Confederate prisoners of war to death. I mean, these would be, violations of the Geneva Convention if that existed at the time.
Right.
There are two battles that I specifically want to talk about that I think are really important, though they're obviously, you could do hours just talking about Civil War battles. It's one of the most studied wars in history, especially because of the genius of Robert E. Lee. He was probably one of the most brilliant military tacticians that ever lived. He was also a slave owner. He inherited slaves and he was supposed to get rid of them, and he took a very long time to do that. Wink, wink. That being said, the two battles that I want to talk about is the Battle of Cold Harbor and the Battle of the Crater. Now, the Battle of Cold Harbor is actually multiple battles in one. And you may hear one of them referred to as the Wilderness or the Battle in the Wilderness. The Battle in the Wilderness was a horrific day on June 3rd, where the Confederates lost roughly 1,500 troops that day, and the Union troops lost 7,000 people that day. It was fog and gun smoke. It was at dusk. It was in the woods. The majority of the killing was at dusk, though the battle lasted all day. Lee was able to use sounds and was able to use his extensive cavalry to rout the Union soldiers multiple times, but there was a lot of friendly fire. There was a lot of just people bayoneting and shooting each other in confusion. It was horrific, and it is one of the... I didn't want to show photos for this, but if you have a strong stomach, you might want to look at some photos. Now, during this 12-day campaign, Lee was positioned at an advantageous position, and while they didn't have resources and they didn't even have enough ammo to be able to defend these positions, Grant knew that if he just threw enough bodies at the Confederate lines, that eventually they would run out of ammunition and that they would run out of the ability to defend those lines. And that's what he did over 12 days. He just threw bodies over and over and over again into the slaughter. This is where he gets his nickname, the Butcher, because he did not care. He had a stomach that none of the other generals that had faced Lee before had had. See, Lee would rout people and scare people and do these brilliant moves, and they would eventually retreat, like trying to figure out and regroup and figure out what was going on. And it angered Lincoln because he says, dude, we have 200,000 German soldiers. We have 150,000 mercenaries from Ireland. We have 5 times the numbers that they have. We have a manufacturing base. And in the beginning of the war, they didn't have a cavalry, none to really speak of. And the South had an incredible cavalry. But as the war continued, they maintained and trained a cavalry. They had every advantage. And yet people would get scared because Lee would kill them 2 or 3 to 1 with brilliant moves, and they would get fearful. And Lincoln is like, just keep trying. Like, he doesn't have the resources or the men's. Well, Grant knew, I can just keep trying. I can just keep throwing bodies and eventually you'll quit. And that's what he did. Over this 12 days, the Union lost 52,000 people and the South lost 33,000 people. And while Grant lost far more people, almost 20,000 more people, he lost far less relatively. And Lee was forced to retreat to try and create a defensive position in Petersburg. Moving into Petersburg, Grant had an ingenious idea in Petersburg, which was that he was going to spread the lines thinner and thinner and thinner because he knew that he could keep getting resupplies over a period of time and hold out. He holed up for the winter. He was in there for the long haul, and he knew the more soldiers he got, the longer he could make that line. And there was no resupply for Lee. They were trapped off trying to figure out what to do with Sherman's march to the sea. And because of that, they were held up. He didn't have reinforcements and he didn't have a lot of supplies. So the longer they stayed, the thinner the lines would get trying to stretch out, and the less supplies they would get, the weaker the men would get. As they did that, they dug underground secretly underneath the Confederate lines, and they blew up a massive amount of gunpowder underground, sacrificing some lives to do so, and created a giant crater.
Man.
But again, Grant the Butcher decided that what he was going to do is he was going to send in the colored troops and have them march to their deaths in a giant crater surrounded by defensible Confederate positions on each side, hoping that he could send enough black bodies into this hole that it wouldn't matter. Well, it did matter, because the Confederates held strong and killed over 4,000 colored troops in one battle alone. It was a complete and utter slaughter.
So many order followers, it's crazy.
This is the horrors that is some of these battles at war. Eventually, though, of course, they routed, they pushed through. Lee burned Richmond for no damn reason. Tried to run, got caught and routed at Appomattox. And once Richmond was taken and Lee surrendered, the war was over. There was no more fighting this war. Now, the next thing we have to talk about is Sherman's March. I think a lot of people are probably familiar with Sherman's March. General Sherman was probably one of the worst war criminals in American history for sure, but in the top 10, I'd say, in world history. His job was to go from the Mississippi, take Atlanta, take some of these manufacturing bases, rout some of Beauregard's troops, move into the sea, and then move, not even to move all the way to the sea, but to move in and resupply Grant so that they could take General Lee's army of Northern Virginia together. Well, Sherman kind of had a better idea, which was he was going to rape and burn and torture and pillage his way through the South. He made it. He finally took Atlanta, and he stood at a famous spot near a monument upon a hill on Atlanta and watched Atlanta burn as people were locked in their homes. And in one instance, he actually made people swear to the Confederacy, locked them in a church, and then burned them alive in the church. As he went through, he had a rule known as the 5-to-1 ratio, which is that if you fired on the Union soldiers, even if you were protecting your home or plantation, he would pull you out, and for every bullet you fired, he would kill 5 civilians in front of everyone.
Wow.
He would choke people to death and torture people so that they would tell them where their silver and gold and money was hidden so that they could pillage people's homes, and then they would burn their homes. And that is what Sherman did in his March to the Sea. It was one of the most brutal campaigns that has ever existed in like I said, in American history, but maybe even in world history. It was particularly savage.
And it wasn't him, it was the order followers, all the thousands of people here.
Yes. I mean, I don't know that he ever personally partook in any of these things, except for the 5-to-1 ratio. That was his.
Well, you don't have a conscience if you want that to happen.
A good book to read about some of these atrocities, it's a feminist piece, but it's a good one nevertheless, is I Had Rather Die by Kim Murphy. I Had Rather Die by Kim Murphy proves with documentation that hundreds of thousands of soldiers developed cases of syphilis from all of the rapes that they did, mostly to black women, but also to some white women. And in that, they showed, she talks about documents and cite sources about how women often were brought before court-martial, and who was in charge of the court-martial were the alleged perpetrators. There were kangaroo courts for the rapes that they occurred. They were attacked and vilified, and black women simply never got their day in court. There were men that were found that had collections of wedding rings from the women that they murdered and raped. And to be fair, the Union generals had policies of punishing these people. There were people that were executed for these crimes. But most of these things were swept under the rug, especially during Sherman's March. Other Union generals working in that area were far, far less permissive of this behavior. But these are just some highlight of the horrors that were faced by the South during the Civil War.
In all the wars that I've studied, I mean, I see a lot of similar themes here. There's a lot of other things that go on during the war, especially disease. It's a common theme. Mark, were you going to say something before, man?
It was just Sherman was ordered to march was ordered to stop before his march to the sea ended. And he just ignored orders, kept it going much longer than it needed to.
Yeah, that's why I said he chose to march to the sea because he was supposed to resupply Grant, and he was like, "No, we're having too much fun. We're here to punish the South." He believed that a shock and awe and terror campaign would force the South to quit. That if they committed enough atrocities, they would just buckle in fear.
Yeah,
he might not have been wrong, to be fair. I mean, but he was definitely morally wrong.
It's a very effective military campaign to like destroy as much as possible and kill as many as you can. Like brutal campaigns tend to be much shorter.
So I want to move quickly into Reconstruction now.
Sure.
The Reconstruction economic reality. What we are taught in schools is that Reconstruction occurred. I got a lot of this information, though I did verify it, from Ryan Dawson on Pete Quinonez's podcast in April. A lot of this I had not known myself, despite being someone that's really interested in the Civil War and having read quite a few books on it. Some of these things even I was shocked by.
Who's Ryan Dawson? Is that somebody?
He's a historian and a libertarian.
Oh, is he? Did he do 9/11 stuff, or is that someone else? Oh, maybe
I'm
someone
sure
else.
he has at some point.
Okay. Anyways, go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, so I broke this down into economic reality, northern welfare, and violence. So in the economic reality, these are just some facts that are pretty easy to talk about. The South did not recover economically in terms of per capita poverty until 1950. People will tell you in school that Reconstruction lasted until the 1970s, and then it was kind of hunky-dory, and then those racist Southerners, had problems. No, they did not recover until 1950. They did not reach the same level of poverty that they had in 1860 until 90 years later. The tariffs went between 19 to 45% and remained that way, bouncing between those two figures until World War II. These tariffs were predominantly against the South. They continued to punish them for another 80 years with tariffs that economically collapsed them. The banking industry, I said banking and industry, there's a typo there, sorry. The banking industry was subsidized by these Southern taxes to monopolize the South. So the banking industry was almost completely in the North. They got government monopolies, government contracts, and they were subsidized by the state in many ways to buy industry in the South by taxes that were predominantly paid by an economically crippled South. A survey found, and this is in 1930, another one that a date I missed, and I apologize, in 1930, that by 1930, only 6% of farms in the South had plumbing of any kind. This is after the Roaring 20s. The South still doesn't have plumbing.
Wow.
In 1929, another survey conducted. I think this was of it was a pretty large survey. I can't remember the exact figure. They found that the average income of Southern farmers was 1/3 of the average income of farmers total.
Well, you also had the Great Depression, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So that, I'm sure, has an impact here, right?
Of course, you had Dust Bowl. Like, you had a lot of things occur. You had inflation. You had different panics, right? Like the Panic of 1919. You had a Panic of 1912, I think it is. Sorry, my inflation banking stuff is there somewhere. But yeah, you had a lot of panics. You had a lot of inflation. You had a lot of problems. You had Dust Bowl problems. You had a lot of things occur. But it's important to note that even up until the 30s, that these farmers are nowhere near that of the Midwest or the North.
They're still struggling today.
They're still struggling today because they didn't reach 1860 levels until 1950. What do you think 90 years of punishing taxes and a lot of other things you're about to find out that I'm sure most people don't know due to a portion of the country? In 1938, the average Southern sharecropper earned 17 cents a day. For comparison's sake, in 1870, this is much, much earlier, poverty line was $1 a day in Ohio.
Yeah, that's huge difference.
Right. These people were somewhere between 1/10 and 1/3 of what would be required to get above the poverty line. They're not even making half of what's considered poverty.
Surprised they didn't start another war. Just over that.
Well, they didn't have
Because-
the ability to do so.
Yeah.
They didn't have shoes.
Yeah.
The most important figure that I think takes this out of economic terms and puts this into real world terms is that in 1930, half of the population in the South was under the age of 20. From disease,
Yeah.
from
like-
poverty, from the fact that a majority of the Southern sharecroppers couldn't afford shoes and they were getting worm infections, rickets, malnutrition, massive amounts of childbirth deaths. I mean, they were severely crippled and impoverished.
I mean, no wonder why our food pyramids were all about getting as much calories as possible, heading into like, the late 1900s, breads and carbohydrates, because malnutrition, like you said, I think that plays a huge role on the population.
So moving into some of like why this, let me go. I went the wrong way. Moving into some of why this occurred. A lot of this was welfare for the North at the expense of the South. The most egregious example that there is that you can possibly find is something known as the Southern freight rates. The government worked in such a way that allowed companies to charge taxes on any amount of commerce trade in the South, even within the same state, but exempted all Northern companies from those taxes shipping down to the South. And so what this meant is it was actually more expensive to put something an hour or two train ride away in Georgia than it was to ship something from New York. They made it impossible for the South to be able to grow any industry by taxing any form of transportation heavily and intentionally subsidizing with the North and all of the Northern population and all of the Republicans that were in control of Congress and the Senate, and making sure that the South had no ability to be able to grow after Reconstruction. The Union Veterans Pension Fund. In the 1890s, this was 1/3 of the entire federal budget, and it was very loosely given as a form of welfare to many, many people in the North. At one point, it was up to 40%, though it averages about 1/3 of the federal budget. None of this money went to the South. Not a single penny of this money went to the South unless you were a Union soldier living in the South. So you could be subsidized in that way. And you were a former Union soldier, but none of the Southern soldiers got any of this. This was seen as a form of the South needed to pay reparations for all of the crimes that it committed.
Right.
The last Union Veterans Pension Fund was paid out in 2016. Just paid out to nebulous connections to people that are owed money because of this.
Wow.
From 1865 to 1873, $103 million were spent on public works by the United States government, and only 10% of that was spent in the South. 90% was spent on railroad projects in the West and in public works for the North. So all of this money that you're taxing predominantly from the South, 90% of it is being redistributed to the North. It was more punishment and taxes on an entirely crippled near third world country that was the South, that was then redistributed towards corporate fat cats and politicians in the North that were building railroads as we marched west.
And yet we're supposed to be in a free market, right?
Mm-hmm. The amount of taxes that were gained from cotton alone was 7 times higher than the amount of federal funds spent on projects in the South.
Jeez.
It was a tax on the Southern economy to pay for the North and to pay for corrupt politicians and to pay the Republican Party and its donors.
It's amazing how the governments never really create anything. They just take and redistribute.
Mm-hmm. I think we already mentioned the most statues built after the Spanish-American War, and honestly, it doesn't really fit in the theme here. 12 new states after the Civil War had Republican senators until 1907. So all of the new states that came in, all Republicans. Not a single Democrat was elected until 1907. So it's from 1865 to 1907, all of these new states, are electing nothing but Republicans. So they had a complete hegemonic control over the legislative and executive branch. Now, this is a really interesting thing. Did you know that the term lobbyist actually comes from President Ulysses S. Grant?
No.
During his time as a Republican and during him overseeing all of this Northern welfare, the term lobbyist comes from Grant because he was such a corrupt politician that he found that he could circumnavigate the laws of meeting with corporate donors and meeting on how to do all of these shady deals and create legislation that benefited all of these corporations and companies in the North, that it was illegal to meet at their homes. It was illegal to meet at government buildings. It was illegal to meet at his home, but it wasn't illegal to meet in a hotel lobby. And thus they became known as lobbyists.
Wow. That's funny.
The first act that he had as president was to make war bonds required to be bought in gold. You see, the currency was massively inflated, and yet the war bonds needed to be, paid for. They needed to be paid for in gold. And so what occurred was that because now they needed to be paid for in gold, it meant even more money for all of the donors of the war so that they could escape the inflation.
Wow. So, I mean, in the inflation, did that lead up to the Great Depression? And, I mean, like the Civil War and the Great Depression, do they have any link between each other?
I mean, you'd have to make a nebulous link. There's several panics before the Great Depression.
Gotcha.
Calvin Coolidge had a panic because of currency manipulation that Congress was doing, and that's like one of the few things he did was bring them in and tell them all to fucking stop it all. Yeah, I mean, like crippling your economy with tariffs and punishing, the portion of your country that produces raw goods, probably not helpful economically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of things that could have been solved. And so, I mean, like you could probably draw that line. But the Great Depression was, banking systems and loans and part of it was agricultural economy, before modern economy, people would deposit a lot of money, because of they would deposit a lot of money throughout the year, and then they would pull all of their money out of the banks during harvesting season so that they could hire labor, or during like sowing season to buy seeds and things like that if they were planting something new. And so this meant harvesting and sowing were like areas where a majority of the economy pulled its money out of the banks. So like banking just happened to be a lot more volatile during that time. Nowadays, our economy is so much less based on agriculture and is so much more based on technology and, funny money and investment and, technology sector and services, that like, there's no like periods of the year where there's just like a massive pullout from the banks.
I see.
Lastly, under Reconstruction, we have violence. One story that was really interesting is that right after the Civil War ended, the Treasury Department seized 2 million bales of cotton and just stole it. They just said, this is ours now, and went in and stole cotton as like a form of debts. They didn't actually write any amendment. They didn't write any act. They didn't have any real reason for it. They just went in with troops and stole massive amounts of resources that the South was storing because of the blockade, and they couldn't sell all their cotton. That could have allowed them to reconstruct and rebuild their economy. It's very interesting thing here is that vigilante justice, racist groups like the KKK, gun culture, a lot of this is born during the violence of Reconstruction. And the reason is that there is a lot of what we would call carpetbaggers that would come from North and would raid mansions and homes. And there would be a lot of women whose husbands died in war. And because 11 of the 12 states were under military occupation that didn't really care, there was very little justice for women that were raped and murdered by Northerners that came in to steal whatever was lying around in homes that were abandoned, that weren't burned by the North. And one of the people, who didn't get raped were the women that had guns. And this is a major part of the transition of the South being such a heavily armed population, was fears and propaganda about carpetbaggers, because it wasn't as big of a problem as the propaganda would have you believe, but it was a problem nevertheless. And the two of them interacted in such a way that gave the South much of its gun culture. It also gave the South the KKK. It also gave the South a lot of racist organizations that felt that they were being blamed. When the state is stealing money from you, and when the state is taxing you and punishing you, and then turns it into a racial issue, often what happens is unintended consequences, which is the South said, hell yeah, we're racist. Like they embraced it in a lot of ways. And, the Dixiecrats were born later and a lot of these things. And I personally believe, though I can't prove this, there would be a lot less racism and a lot less Jim Crow and a lot less things like this if the North hadn't been so corrupt and fascistic and hadn't done everything it could to hold the South down. There is a statistic that you're not going to believe when I tell you. So I'm going to tell you the book, and I'm going to tell you the professor to look into that did the research. This is Jim Downs, wrote a book called Sick from Freedom. He estimates that of the 4 million slaves that were captured and recovered, that were freed from the South and then sent by the North to work in contraband camps, that roughly a quarter of them were starved and worked to death. The unions murdered over 1 million black freed slaves in an effort to force them to help the war effort. This is a genocide of blacks that the North committed that no one talks about. These were slaves that were supposed to be freed and were supposed to get a better life in the North, and they forced them, they called them contraband because they were property, and they put them in work camps, and they worked them and starved them to death. And this is 1 million dead from 1862 to 1870. This is after the Civil War that they are being worked to death.
And you said there were several 100,000 dead in the Civil War. So 1 million is quite a large number for that time period.
There are people that estimate that more blacks were killed in contraband camps than all of the soldiers that might have died in the Civil War.
And if we were to take
now,
1 million,
I think that's an underestimation of casualties in the Civil War and an overestimation of how many people died in the contraband camps. It's really hard to tell. There's not as much accurate reporting of death counts as we would like to believe. Like there's a lot of primary source documents and estimations, but it's not like there was really good records, especially in the South. I'm sorry, you were muted.
Unlike some camps that came later on in history that had very good documentation about everything that went on.
Like the Japanese internment camps? Because we didn't hear about that in schools, right? Till later on, that kind of came out. The Japanese camps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Asian people didn't get civil rights in America until the late 49, I think, is when it
49. Yeah, I think it's when the Asian Exclusion Act, American Exclusion Act, Exclusion Act. Yeah.
It seems to me like all of humanity has just suffered from countless people order following tyrannical leaders.
Absolutely.
Just appeal to people's different sides just to try to get on their good side and then take it a different spin. Like, you took something that was moral, like freeing slaves, and turn it into a huge war for all these other types of political slavery, as Lysander.
Well, that was a justification midway through.
Yeah, like Lysander.
That was never the justification to start the war.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm going to be clear about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that's crazy. The fact that they can spin something that was originally so good and turn into something else. That's kind of the whole idea of a co-op or a psyop. Sorry. So.
I want to finish this up. I want to try and speed through this a little bit, but 11 states were militarily occupied. The only state that wasn't militarily occupied was Tennessee, and Tennessee just happened to have a Republican governor. We'll just leave it at that. 6 states voted for Grant for president, which after hearing all of this information seems insane until you realize that they were under military occupation and that the military was in full force at all of the polling locations. There was a lot of voter intimidation that occurred in the South. There was a lot of voter intimidation that occurred in the South. What we can say is that I can't tell you how much violence, how much rape, how much voter intimidation, or any of these things occurred in the South. There is massive differences in different historians. You know, some of the more left-wing variety will say that it's all a myth. Some of the right-wing variety will they just got astronomical numbers. There's no the truth is that the justice system didn't work for the first 5 to 10 years really at all for anyone in the South. That they had very little autonomy to themselves, that it was a lot of military tribunals, that there were a lot of things that were overlooked, there were a lot of things that were excused, and we don't really know. What we have is rumors, what we have is people claiming things, but without days in court, without good documentation, we just don't know.
Yeah. Poor Spooner, man. Lysander Spooner was a lawyer too, and he was fighting for a trial by jury and all this other stuff at the same time as fighting all these issues. I mean, the guy had to go through so much, and then making his own post office, and then that getting taken over by the government. My gosh.
So this last slide is my closing slide, but also a bit of my opinion and a bit of facts. So I'm sure, hopefully the audience will be able to tell the difference.
Sure.
One of the things that sticks out to me most when talking about the lasting effects of the Civil War is that before the Civil War, people used to say the United States of America are a good place to live because people did not think of themselves as Americans first. They thought of themselves as Georgians, New Yorkers, Pennsylvanians, etc. After the Civil War, the lexicon dramatically changes to the United States of America is, etc., etc. Let's say a good place to live. Because we had become fully and wholly federalized. There were no such thing as states' rights or having some form of independence or identity as an individual that lives in a state. General Lee is quoted, and it's a very famous quote by General Lee. If we lose this cause, I am afraid it will be imperialism abroad and despotism at home. He knew the stakes of this war. And it wasn't about we'll lose our slaves. It will be a march to the West. It will be more imperialism. America will become an empire if we lose this war. And he was right. He was absolutely right. It was despotism in the South until 1950. It was 90 years of oppression and taxation and theft and violence against the South. And when we're taught in schools, oh yeah, Reconstruction, it was that little era after the war until like the 1870s, 1880s.
Yeah.
And yet what it really was theft and robbery and destruction of the South to punish them over and over and over again into extreme poverty and destitution. One of the things that I believe is that changing this history of war allows us to justify current wars. When we're able to rewrite our own history of wars as a war of liberation, as a war of freedom, as a war of where there are good guys and bad guys, it allows us to so much more easily propaganda us about wars today. The fact that we learn about this just war of the Civil War where we freed the slaves makes it so easy to justify going to war in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Iran, Somalia, Yemen, etc. Because we are already pre-programmed with this completely false narrative that the Civil War was a war to free the slaves and that there were good guys and bad guys and the North were the good guys. Apart from all of the racist tropes and destruction of the culture and the idea of the dumb hick Southerners and these horrible people and they're all racist, apart from all of that the cultural damage that's been done, I think it has damaged the normal American's ability to see war for the horror that it really is.
Yeah, good point.
The Reconstruction solidified the marriage of the state and corporation. The South was ironically a fairly free market system, despite being a system that depended solely on slavery. Well, not solely, but the plantation owners certainly did. And their economy was deeply applied with slavery, but they didn't believe in government intervention. They didn't believe in taxes and tariffs. They didn't believe in government contracts for certain things. They didn't believe in the state granting monopoly. They didn't believe in all of these forms of state interventionism into the economy. They were not mercantilists. They believed in laissez-faire capitalism, and they also believed that laissez-faire capitalism apparently only applied to white people. Nevertheless, with the Civil War being won, the state is deeply, deeply involved in the economy from here on out forever. I think an interesting aspect is that the retelling of Civil War makes the state and the North saviors of blacks, and it denies black agency and the fight that they fought for freedom against the state. This idea that the North, the lefties, the big government types came and saved you from those racist Southerners completely denies the way that blacks fought for their freedom. It denies them the atrocities that occurred. It denies them the reality of the way that welfare systems that were born out of the Civil War and eventually used to garner the black vote and were designed to create blacks as a welfare recipients that were a voting bloc for the statists, if you will, at the time, the Republicans at the time. But, we all know about the party switch, right? There wasn't really a party switch, but kind of. We all know about Lyndon B. Johnson saying that he would have these N-words voting Democrat for 100 years. This was the beginning of all of that, was using race to turn people into statists.
Became all political.
With free money.
Yeah. Morality just left the equation.
Right. I think that it does a disservice to us in understanding our current problems in the South. Economic problems, crime problems, infrastructure problems, all of these things. It makes it seem like dumb, racist Southern hicks have been voting for Republicans that want low taxes. And that's why the South is so destroyed. When the fact of the matter is that the North and the country oppressed the South for 90 years after it destroyed and pillaged the South of an economy that was already not doing well because of its dependence on slavery, mind you.
And I'm sure people will try to argue that, but let's be honest. I mean, nobody's going to benefit from war, it seems. In this whole situation, you played it fair. I mean, you showed both sides. I mean, you showed how it's corrupt on this side and that side, and it's bad everywhere.
It's bad. There are no good guys. But I want to leave on a positive note. Let it be known that the Confederacy banned the transatlantic slave trade and was trying to get rid of slavery, that the North had done this, that the North had adopted the Constitution, which banned the transatlantic slave trade in 1809, and that they were moving towards freeing people, that abolitionists were there. But because of the Civil War, slavery was outlawed a little bit earlier. So there you go. There's the presentation.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that was great. You went in detail, and I really appreciate you giving the time to do that. I didn't expect it to be that detailed, so I'm glad you really presented that to us.
I wanted to do it justice, and it takes a bit of time to do it justice. I didn't know that you were going to have such interesting questions throughout. I thought it was going to be like, all right, go, and then we'll ask a couple questions afterwards. So I may have put in a little bit more than I would have, but there was a lot to say.
No,
I think the panic of 1857 is something that almost no one knows anything about, and it happens 4 years before the Civil War and is a major cause for the Civil War.
I definitely did not learn a lot of that in school. And we learned it multiple years on end. I mean, I never heard about the European wars or whatever. It was always American history, living in America. And it was constantly always Civil War, Revolutionary War. And I didn't hear about a lot of things yet, even though I had years of schooling. It's just amazing to me. But of course, right? I mean, who's writing the textbooks, and I don't know. It's
Texas. It's mostly Texas, and still somehow it's woke as shit.
Well, no, they're the ones printing them. The ones writing them are the people who won.
Yeah. Yes, they're the ones approving which ones end up in the curriculum for the most part. Not as much these days, but yeah.
Yeah, the people who won are those guys that pillaged everybody and got all the money.
Yep.
So let's kind of tie this in now. I want to get I'll just ask two final questions. I want to ask kind of each of your personal experience, but before that, how is it that slavery still exists today? I know maybe this is a big question, but Based on what we talked
Not for
about.
ANCAPs.
Okay, go ahead.
Not for ANCAPs. It's very simple for ANCAPs. We believe in the non-aggression principle, and we believe in argumentation ethics as a means of grounding the non-aggression principle as a form of codifying an objective ethic of natural law. And so what that means to us is that we are self-owners, or we have self-agency. For other anarchists, we'd like to say self-ownership. And if we own ourselves, that means we own our labor, and that when people mix their labor with natural resources, it is inseparable from that labor, and that any form of taxation, any form of forcible seizure of private property that is mixed with that labor, that cannot be detangled from that labor, is a form of saying that I'm a slave in the past, because you own a portion of my body and what I do with my body in the past. And by committing to do so in the future, you make me a future slave. So I would say that not only is taxation theft, taxation is slavery.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's one that has been fought over many times too in history. Most revolutions, it seems like taxation seems to be very focal. And so now let's kind of get into your personal stories. How about that? Mark, I know you shared with me some about your personal story. You can share, of course, however much you want. You don't have to go too much into detail if you don't want to. But how did you get to where you are now in the sense of understanding this whole picture of statism or slavery?
A lot of fuck ups for the most part. That's kind of how I got here. I just stumbled in. No, so I was raised in I would say a politically, I guess, ambivalent house. It came up a little bit around elections, mostly from the father, and he was, I think, de facto a Republican. I don't really know his political leanings, but definitely more right wing, very pro military. But he would watch CNN every day, and that's something I do not every day, but like that's where he would get his news from. And then not going too much into my home life at that period, but joined the Army at 18, just trying to get out of Georgia as fast as I can. I'm tired of school, so I actually tried to join the Navy first, and they wanted me to be a nuclear engineer, and I go to MEPS, and I personally think it's a depth perception issue, but they say that I'm like purple-green color deficient. And what that means in the Navy is you have two job choices. You can be a sonar operator or janitorial services. And I didn't want that. I wanted to be a medic. So as soon as I get back from MEPS, I walk next door to the Army recruiter, walk up to one of them and said, "Here's my MEPS packet. They say I'm qualified, no job, and I can only be a sonar guy, and I don't want that. I want to be a medic. Can I do that with you guys?" And they take me to the back, and they pull out this big book, and they open it up, and they skim off a couple pages, and they're like, "If it's after this page, you're qualified for the job based on your paperwork." Medic's on there. A few weeks later, I have officially signed my contract as a medic for the Army. Within a year of joining, I deployed to Afghanistan. Did a lot of personal growth in that time period, but not really no thinking about politics, anything like that. It's a complete absence from my mind. I know I hear people bitch about Obama around me. It's, again, not paying attention. So like I said, deployed 2012 in October. Go to Afghanistan. I had my own, personal goals for that deployment. Succeeded in one, the more important one. So I'm pretty happy about that. Like nobody in my platoon, nobody under my direct care, didn't come back. That was the only thing I. You all right there, buddy? So it's usually me with the technical problems.
My bad. I was just trying to cut the light down. My bad.
But so yeah, nobody from under my direct care didn't make it back. I was very proud of that. And over time, after I got back and ended up being sent from Fort Lewis to Fort Drum, which is where I met Scott, interestingly. Around that time, things just didn't make sense. I started to become politically aware, very slowly though. None of the propaganda made any sense to me. And it's like, these people hate us for our freedoms. We got to fight them over there, so we're not fighting them over here. Pick a line. It was bullshit. I would think about my deployment, and we got shot at a couple times, but I think anybody who's pro-gun would probably shoot at invaders on their land who are attacking their homes and their people. So it's like, yeah, I can't hate them for shooting at us. Then you start thinking about the casualties. There's casualties on both sides, and it caused a lot of internal strife. But I still refused to really delve into it. So I started watching instead Parks and Rec. I'm laughing. I'm having fun with this goofy show. And there's this character that I can't get enough of. This Ron Swanson guy. I'm like, what the hell is a libertarian? I can do whatever I want? That's the attitude I've had since I came back from deployment. Nah, I think you all can fuck off. I'll get it done how I want to. And it'll be the right way. And nobody's going to interfere. And it'll be great. And I can just be a good worker. It was after deployment I started to be a really bad soldier, but a really good worker. So, watching the show, and one day I'm just like, let's see what these libertarians are about. So I start looking up libertarians. I'm like, libertarian podcasts. What do I find? I get Dave Smith. I get Tom Woods and Lions of Liberty. And at the time, I have interest in one because I also watch his other podcast, Legion of Skanks. So a big Dave Smith fan. And from there, it was honestly pretty quick. I ended up getting out of the Army around that time. I moved in with a friend. I'm watching a lot of Louder with Crowder, a lot of Ben Shapiro, and then I keep once a week I'm watching Part of the Problem. And it was the war shit that pissed me off because all of Crowder and Shapiro, they're wanting to inflate conflicts, they want to start new ones, and I'm just like, okay, well fucking go. You want these people dead so bad, go fucking do it yourself. And nobody, all these pro-war people, nobody's going over to the Middle East and talking to anyone who lives there. Spoiler alert, if you haven't been there, they don't give a fuck about you. The only reason they shoot at soldiers is because we're there. If we didn't have a military presence there, they wouldn't understand the concept of America existing for the most part. Not because they're too stupid, but because they just don't care. They have their own lives and their own time. They want to just live their life and die peacefully, like I think anyone else did. So yeah. And about 6 months after I officially started calling myself a libertarian, I started calling myself an anarchist because Nick Sarwar ran the LP, and Gary Johnson's a fucking goofball. Joe Jorgensen it was a spectacular failure of a campaign in every regard except for her vice president partner. Was the only good part of that campaign. And then started talking to Scott almost every day for several hours, and we just kind of bat back and forth with politics. And just kind of solidified as an ANCAP, and here I stand.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. That was great. Man, what a journey.
Tried to jazz it up for you a little.
Yeah, definitely more than I heard before. You told me that story. So now Scott.
It's ironic because you couldn't have a more different way to ANCAP than that for me, despite us being close friends that met in the Army. My family was extremely politically motivated, specifically my mother. I was a baby in a baby stroller on the Bill Clinton fucking campaign trail, knocking doors. I grew up a lefty. When I say a lefty, somewhere between democratic socialist and probably right around there. Kind of somewhere around somewhere between Vosh and Destiny was how I was as a kid. I was a rabid leftist. I swallowed all the woke pills before, CRT and things like that. And I had several things in my life that occurred that solidified my radical politics. The first was, as a young child, my uncle, we'll leave names out of it and try not to be too specific. He had a problem with violence against women, and he had a problem with crack. And he was in Memphis, and he was stabbed arguing over some crack. And then he stabbed back and he murdered her, and he called the cops, and he went to his mother's, high on crack, turned himself in from there and went to jail. And he was then in court. The judge was running for re-election. And so he had to be tough on crime. And he specifically couldn't let a white man that murdered a black woman in Memphis get away with it. And so they threw the book at him, got 25 to life. It was not allowed at court that she was schizophrenic. It was inadmissible in court that she was off of her medication. It was inadmissible in court to bring in a witness from someone else that she was romantically involved with that she stabbed. A lot of details were inadmissible in court, and the state tried to paint him as this violent racist that wanted to murder her because of her race. And that was what they spun in court. And he had an all-black jury. And, and I saw that, and I was like, wow, this guy just wants to be reelected. And so, yeah, does he deserve to go to prison? Yeah, he's got a crack problem. He killed a girl. Maybe in self-defense, maybe not. I don't know. But just the entire proceeding was like, this is disgusting. Later, my family's great aunt, or great aunt, actually, she was mentally challenged. She had a lot of issues, and she was bedridden. When my great grandmother died, my great aunt was in charge of her care, and she didn't have the ability to take care of her at home, but she did have money. And so she put her in a really nice nursing home. Well, in that nursing home, they didn't feed her and they didn't rotate her. And she died from starvation and bed sores. She rotted and starved to death in the nursing home. That's how she died. And so, of course, my family sued. They offered a few settlements. We refused to take them because we were more interested in our day in court and making this public. Well, they bought off our first lawyer, and it took us 2 years to get our day in court. And by the time we got our day in court, a parent company had sold that company, and then sold everything else to another one of their companies at a silent auction, and then reopened under a new name and bankrupted that original one. So we got our day in court, but they never showed up, and we had a trial without them even there or present. We won millions of dollars from the judge, which was great, except it was a bankrupt thing that had no money, so nobody ever saw a penny from it. Oh, and by the way, it also came with a 5-year gag order that said that despite the fact that the trial was over, which is what gag orders are intended for, we weren't allowed to talk to the press or anything for 5 years. These things really solidified my hatred for the state. And I joined the Army, and I was still a lefty at the time, though I was kind of moving center left. There's a whole Gamergate. I was really politically involved. I started to see some of the problems with the left from like a cultural perspective, but I was still a lefty for the most part. And I joined the Army, and long story short, there was an incident where 10th Mountain had just gotten back from deployment. There was a doctor that was seeing soldiers, and these soldiers were all told every time they wanted to go to the hospital that they were just pussies. They needed to drink water. They were malingerers, and they refused to get any profiles or ever go to the doctor. Well, 11 of those soldiers had serious medical issues. One guy had a heart rate that hospitalized him the moment he came into our clinic. Another guy had spider webs for shins and was likely to break his fucking legs any day from shin splints, but they wouldn't let him go to the doctor. Another person had heart palpitations. There was just a lot of serious medical issues. And so me and a nurse practitioner, we went up our chain of command until it went to the colonel, and the colonel basically told us to shut up. We were like, well, hey, we have to go to the inspector general's office at a certain point because this doctor is mistreating soldiers that just got back from Afghanistan, like horribly, like people could have died. And he basically wrote it off like, okay, cool, whatever, don't care. So we went to IG, and then I was on a smoke break. I was vaping, and one of the guys, I happened to work in the same building as IG, and he basically came out and said, hey, look, the doctor you're talking about is friends with the general that's in charge of the post. You can do this paperwork if you want, but I'm just going to tell you, he's not going to get in trouble, and you're probably going to get court-martialed for making things up. And to my shame, I brought this to the nurse practitioner, and we decided to drop it because we realized that we weren't going to be able to win that fight. And I quit that fight. And it's something I still feel really shitty about to this day, because I know that guy's probably a doctor still, and he's probably still working on soldiers, and people might be dying under his care. And I quit when I had the power to do something, and I no longer have the power to do a damn thing. This made me a libertarian, but I was a left-leaning libertarian. Seeing how ineffective and stupid the government was, really, and how corrupt the government was, brought me from, I very easily could have become a communist, honestly. But for whatever reason, I didn't go that way. Probably the culture war stuff. I went like left libertarian Democrat, in between there somewhere. And I went to a Bernie Sanders rally, like one of the first ones. And I went there with my partner at the time. I was so excited, and I didn't agree with all of his stuff, but I was still kind of like socialist and libertarian in between. Like I had libertarian leanings, like I was in conflict and contradicting myself. And he gave his speech, and I was liking a lot of what he heard. I was buying into the propaganda. And then he said, women make 87 cents to the dollar that men make. And I had looked into the economics of this before, and I was like, oh, it's such a bullshit statistic. That's not how it's done. That's a lie. Like technically it's true, but like you're not accounting for different types of jobs. You're not accounting for hours worked. You're not accounting for all these other factors. You're not accounting for the fact that men move more often, or, the fact that women get pregnant and leave the workforce for a period of time, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm like, whatever, he's got to say his things. I forgive him. And that happened like all in an instant. And then he said, the problem in this country is that men make too much damn money. And I would like, and that was like that, that snapping moment where like the last bit of the facade falls away. And I was like, this is about resentment and hate. This isn't a vision of like hope. This isn't a vision of freedom. This isn't a vision of like making a better life for everyone. This is a vision of America that we want to find scapegoats, and we want to blame them, and we want to punish them for our own power and wealth. This is about resentment. And I'm not about this. And so I started grabbing more libertarian stuff. I started, occasionally listening to libertarian stuff. I was talking to Mark, who was like a full-blown libertarian at the time. Like, I think he was already an ANCAP or like very close to it. And we're having all these conversations. And hilariously enough, I'm still not an ANCAP. I'm a minarchist. I'm a libertarian. I'm reading the literature, right? Like, Mark sends me a copy of Anatomy of the State. I'm reading that. I'm like, oh, that's great. I read some more Rothbard. I read a little bit of articles. I listened to libertarian podcasts. I listened to ANCAP stuff. And I'm like, you guys are crazy. Obviously, we need the government for courts. Obviously, we need the government for national defense. Obviously, we need a really small amount of taxation, etc. And I became a Twitch streamer.
Good job, Mark.
And I was still a libertarian. I was not an anarchist. I was like, no, there's like, I get it. I'm with you. I understand the moral argument, but it's just not realistic. And then as a minarchist libertarian Twitch streamer, I'm the one that goes out and talks. And he's the one that does all, like kind of stays in our channel. And I'm reaching out everywhere I'm going. I'm having to defend his shit. I'm not defending my shit. I'm like, well, my co-host is an ANCAP, and they're like, well, this is why ANCAPs were stupid. And I'm like, well, no. Here's this. I read and what broke and I'm reading more stuff. And I'm like defending the positions. And every time I defend the position on behalf of him, it starts to seem more realistic to me, right? And then I read Robert Murphy's Chaos Theory, and the final piece kind of fell apart for me, which was, obviously, you can have an anarchist judicial system. There is a way to do a totally voluntary judicial system that doesn't require the state as the monopoly on justice as well as power and violence. And that kind of broke for me. And so I was a libertarian before him, and I was an ANCAP way longer. I was a stubborn fucking lefty that had to hold on to things. And now I'm about as right wing as they come, apparently, according to some here in the Twitch space. But I don't know. I'm an anarchist now, and so that was kind of what drove me in at the very end. It was Robert Murphy's chaos theory was the final straw that broke it for me, that made me realize, no, this can work.
Interestingly, a pacifist. Robert Murphy's a pacifist.
Yeah, he's an anarcho-pacifist. But he gave a market-based solution that made sense to me. And
well, to be honest, I kind of am too. But, you know, I mean, who likes violence or even violence in the means of self-defense? You're going to try every other means first. But if you have to, you know, obviously.
John Locke settled that in Second Treatise on War. You break into my house, I'm fucking you up.
Let's debate. No, I'm just kidding. So, no, it's amazing. You guys have, like, really nice complementary methods here. And it's like, I don't hear from Mark that often, but it's amazing that, like, he was, like, I wonder if he's controlling like a voodoo doll or something. Like he's controlling you, like your mind behind the scenes. He just sits there and acts like he's not doing anything.
Mark doesn't say anything unless he has something important to say, and it's often those
powerful.
People that'll plant those seeds in you far more than people like me that can't shut up.
No, I agree. Yeah, when he speaks, it's powerful. It sets with you, and I appreciate you guys as a duo. I recommend everybody checks out your channel. I seen you also put out videos on different platforms, so you don't just live stream as well. So check it out. It's Fabian Liberty, right? They can just look up Fabian.
You can
Liberty.
look up Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere, on Twitch,
Awesome.
on Rumble, on YouTube, on Twitter. Technically, it's Liberty_Fabian on Twitter, but if you search Fabian Liberty, all you want to look for is those ANCAP colors with a sheep's head, because we are Fabian Liberty and we're stealing the Fabian Society's idea of incrementalism for the liberty movement, one step at a time.
Awesome. So thank you for joining us and sharing this great presentation with us and all about your journeys. I'll be sure to share it with a lot of people, and definitely glad to have you for this event. If anybody wants to check out more speakers like this, go to nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the end of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for watching. Take care.
Alrighty. Good stuff. I was also just hanging out while listening to stuff in the background, of course. Probably like a lot of you out there. I know a lot of you guys are just listening to it in the background. Yeah. I know there were some wee bits of drama in the chat, but it is what it is. It happens. I have fond experience of my World of Warcraft days to deal with many people. But it's important that there's some sense of moderation on the chat, so people aren't getting too mad at each other or spamming too much, and all these bots coming in as well. It's like, I was like, oh my goodness. Either way, thank you guys so much for joining me, and of course I'll be live again tomorrow for day 11. The emails have been sent out for day 11 if you signed up, and so be sure to check your email for that. That will be awesome. Day 11 has a lot of unique videos, personal experience, a video that's 15 minutes long on how to make an abolitionist or anarchist, and another one by a coach, and then a featured video, a special featured video by Jonathan Wright, who technically didn't join the summit, but technically did because he made that video exclusively for the summit. And then we have, of course, other featured videos and more free gifts. Thank you guys. Appreciate it very much. And take care, everybody. If you have any questions and concerns, feel free to share it. Of course, there's going to be a lot more action steps toward the end. Just a friendly reminder. I did release a video today, just 3 hours ago, going over my mini book that I released, going over the importance of honesty and how simple of a principle it is toward everything, basically. And so it's always important to uphold something that you know. That's basically what honesty is. And so honesty itself, if you know it's important, perhaps you should uphold it. And so how much to the extent which we uphold it? Well, it is the expression of truth. So feel free to look into it. I appreciate everybody out there for watching. Amos and DK, if you're still out there, I still love you, man. Awaken Your Mind and Captain, Super Raids, Latex, all you guys, awesome, good stuff, and thanks for hanging out. Peace out.